Chapter 2131. On the other hand, who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the chancellor, and the youngest scholar of the Tang dynasty. He was the one who made Master Yushan vomit blood. Wasn't such a person good enough? Moreover, he was his brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhang Feng was interested and asked, "Brother Yu, what are you talking about?" Cough cough. Yu Suqian's face turned red and said, "Brother Zhang, let's not talk about this." "What's there to not talk about? It's just a group of playboys drinking all day long." Zhao Yuer covered her mouth and chuckled. This time, Yu Suqian's face turned red. He stared at her and said, "Who said that? I have nothing to do with them now. How can I associate with such people?" "Really?" Zhao Yuer asked. Gao Ming was instantly enraged by the way they were fooling around as if no one was around. "Enough! Come on, burn this shop for Lao Tzu." As soon as the order was given, the thugs that Gao Ming brought with him immediately rushed forward while waving their sticks and howling. Zhang Feng had brought 1,000 guards with him. Originally, he wanted to follow them, but because of the beauty of the two women, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, they had conflicts with the Gao clan, so he didn't know what these people would do. Therefore, Zhang Feng left more than 500 guards in the inn, and most of the rest were sent out by him to inquire about the news. This was also the reason why these people dared to make trouble here. But at this moment, when they really took action, more than 100 of Zhang Feng's guards rushed out from a corner not far from the shop. In an instant, on the whole street, everyone was shocked speechless. They saw more than 100 people, holding a uniform triangular iron stick with the thickness of a finger, stepped forward in a neat pace and slowly stepped forward. Even the sound of each of these people's footsteps was neat and uniform. Ta-ta-ta. Every time their footsteps fell, almost everyone looked sideways. This neat pace. Except for the well-trained soldiers in the barracks, almost no one could do it. Moreover, this was the kind of person who had experienced hundreds of battles. This was especially true for these guards. Many of them had cruel scars on their faces and arms, left behind by the war. At this moment, he saw the guards coming out. Jia Daoren heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Quickly protect the master. Whoever dares to come forward, beat them to death." Roar! More than 100 guards roared in unison and stood in front of Zhang Feng in a defensive posture. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were on a battlefield. In front of them were brave warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could these stubborn young master's guards have ever seen such an existence? At this moment, the servants brought by Gao Ming were shivering all over. Even Gao Ming, who had been showing off earlier, was trembling at this moment. It looked at Zhang Feng with a pale face, and it couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. "You? Who are you? These guards, where did they come from? No, are these people's official soldiers?" Bold Zhang Feng. "You actually dare to have a private army? It's over, you're finished. You don't know the law of escape. Come, quickly go and ask the county magistrate. Just say that someone privately recruited a private army." "Enough. Gao Ming, don't you understand? For the sake of our past friendship, listen to my advice. The conflict between you and Brother Zhang is not irreconcilable. Let's end this matter here, okay?" Yu Suqian saw that the situation had changed, and the person standing in front of him seemed to be the leader. At this moment, he actually made a killing gesture. What is this? This is a commonly used offensive gesture on the battlefield. After all, Yu Suqian was Yu Qigong's relative. He was very clear about these things, especially since there would be a large number of people joining the army every year. He was very familiar with these military matters. Especially, judging from the training quality of these people and the scars on their bodies, these people were definitely veterans who retired from the barracks. So many veterans. If they were to fight together, not to mention these people, even if there were 10 times more people, they definitely wouldn't be a match for them. Moreover, the thumb-sized object in their hands, no matter how he looked at it, made him panic. This thing was definitely good stuff. But he didn't know what it was exactly. He was afraid that with Zhang Feng's identity, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, who was Zhang Feng? He was a great scholar. He was also the chancellor and dean of White Deer College. He was also a viscount. Even if he didn't need guards, the laws of the Tang dynasty would arrange a group of guards for him. Therefore, it was normal for Zhang Feng to have these guards. Stop. Zhang Feng didn't want to make a fuss over a minor issue. He could also see that Jia Daoren wanted to make a move. Zhang Feng couldn't stand this vexation, but there really weren't many people who could make a move if they wanted to. Especially now. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and had many things to deal with. If he exposed too much at this moment, it really wouldn't be good for the future. Therefore, Zhang Feng really didn't want to use force as a last resort. Chapter 2132. In fact, Zhang Feng also knew that he didn't have any unsolvable conflict with this Gao Ming. And just like what Yu Suqian said, the people here definitely knew, or it was impossible for them not to guess something. However, the reason why these people were still like this was almost certain that they were probing, or they wanted to force him to make a move. Once he couldn't help but make a move at this time. On the one hand, he would expose his own trump card, and on the other hand, all the arrangements would be useless in an instant. And when he chose to make a move, the people of the 5 families and 7 great families would also use this as an excuse to make a move. If that was the case, then an all-out war with the 5 families and 7 great families and 7 great families would completely erupt. And this was definitely not what Zhang Feng wanted. At this time, when Gao Can saw that the battle was stopped, he also stood beside Zhang Feng for the first time to protect him, as long as someone dared to come up, he would absolutely dare to kill. Seeing this, Zhao Yuer felt relieved. She was worried that Zhang Feng couldn't help it, or this big fool couldn't help but make a move. Once they made a move, perhaps things would be completely out of control. This was also her thought after she confirmed that this Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. If it was before, she would have just fought. She also wanted to see what Zhang Feng was capable of, but now after seeing Zhang Feng's guards, she suddenly realized that this time Zhang Feng came here, there should be a big matter. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuer couldn't sit still. She must do something. Young Master Gao, today is the opening day of Prince Zhang's store. As guests, it's enough to be lively. Don't hurt the harmony. This little girl is not talented, but I want to be a peacemaker. I hope the 2 young masters won't hurt the harmony. How about it? Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Yuer with some surprise. Zhao Yuer's face was slightly red, and she whispered, "What are you looking at?" Ahem. Well, today is the opening day of the store. Just now, there was a misunderstanding between young Master Gao and my subordinates. I hope young Master Gao doesn't take offense. Hearing Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuer's words, Gao Ming rolled his eyes and realized something. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He cupped his fists and left with a cold snort. After all, he was in the hands of these guards. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that if anything happened here today, he would have to go back lying down. In addition, the attitude of Yu Suqian and Zhao Yuer today made Gao Ming think of something. He wasn't a boorish man. He just felt a little uncomfortable just now. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't tell the severity of the matter. On the contrary, children who grew up in large clans were very sensitive to danger. Seeing that he had left, only then did Zhang Feng look at Zhao Yuer strangely. To tell the truth, Zhao Yuer looked exactly the same as the young Guan Jilin of the later generations. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved. However, Zhang Feng also knew that the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. From the moment he met her, Zhang Feng knew this. To be precise, when he met Yu Yuer. However, this was only a preliminary understanding. It was not until that moment that Zhang Feng started to seriously size up this woman. This woman was simply terrifying. Just now, she should have guessed his identity. At this moment, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Miss Yuer, let's talk inside?" "Okay." Zhao Yuer smiled slightly. Her small hand patted Zhao Ruer, who had been stunned for a long time. She let her recover her mind from Zhang Feng and reminded her to go home quickly. Then under Yu Suqian's attentive greeting, they walked into the store. The store was very simple. It could be seen that it was pieced together by spiritual ornaments. In other words, Zhang Feng didn't intend to stay here for a long time. This also confirmed Zhao Yuer's guess. Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan for a more important matter. So much so that he didn't put this kind of business in his eyes. After entering the store, Yu Suqian was like a little brother, eagerly pouring tea and water. After sitting down, Zhang Feng asked with a smile, "Miss Zhao, you should have seen something just now, right?" Zhao Yuer smiled and said, "The famous talent in Chang'an, the poet god who wrote hundreds of poems when drunk, it's hard for me not to know you." She really recognized him. Zhang Feng could only smile in response. Zhao Yuer's character was extremely unruly and willful. But in the face of major issues, she was so calm, which was the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. He really didn't know whether this woman was pretending to be unruly or not. "Miss Yu, please forgive me for what happened before. It was really a misunderstanding." No, we'll talk about it later." "What about my reputation in broad daylight?" "We'll talk about it later." So saying, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. Obviously, this woman was relying on him. After sighing, Zhang Feng deliberated and said, "I came to Jiangnan for. I know on the one hand, it's because of you. Everyone in Jiangnan knows about this. So what else do you want to do? Is it this white paper business?" Zhang Feng nodded and didn't hide. "Yes, I want to develop business in Jiangnan, but as you can see, I'm not familiar with this place, and I lack some partners." Zhang Feng roughly explained his thoughts to him. In fact, on the one hand, he wanted to test her, and on the other hand, he wanted to see what ability this Zhao Yue had, and whether he could pull her to his boat. After that, Zhang Feng stared into Zhao Yuer's eyes and asked, "What do you think, Miss Zhao?" Chapter 21:33. If it was someone else, Zhao Yue would have agreed. But who was Zhang Feng? He had more than just a few things in his hands. Moreover, this guy was full of evil ideas. She didn't know what Zhang Feng was planning. Zhao Yue smiled sweetly and then showed a charming signature move. "Prince Zhang, do whatever you think is good. This little girl doesn't have e." Pooh. Yu Suqian looked at Zhao Yue like he was looking at a ghost. He almost sprayed a mouthful of tea on Zhao Yuer's face. Who was Zhao Yue? She was the #1 female bully in Jiangnan. How many stubborn disciples avoided her like the plague? Mother Fastris Kerr. Is this guy a fake? How could this? Was she crazy? This made Yu Suqian a bit stupid. Because of Zhao Yuer's crafty and unfathomable personality, as well as her fairy-like appearance, all the scholars in Jiangnan were fond of her, and he was one of them. But why did this guy treat his brother-in-law? You. Cough. Zhang Feng coughed violently. Regarding Zhao Yuer's change in personality, his brain was also a mess. He couldn't understand. This Zhao Yue, what was she thinking? Who said this woman was not scheming? Zhang Feng wanted to take out his gun and shoot him. This was called not scheming? Her answer just now seemed to say nothing, but in fact, it was perfect to push back the question. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was silent for a moment before saying seriously, "I'm going to hand over this white paper business to Yu Suqian. Of course, the paper-making technique I have mastered will be given to you, It's a meeting gift to your Yu family." Zhang Feng's words surprised Zhao Yue. She could guess some things, but at this moment, such an important thing. He actually said it in front of her. Why? Did he do it deliberately? But this should be impossible, right? At this moment, not only her, but even Yu Suqian was a bit confused. This happiness came too suddenly. It was so sudden that he couldn't even react to it. The paper business was almost one of the most profitable industries in Jiangnan. Among them, silk, tea, porcelain, silk, and rice paper. But just now, he also saw the horror of this white paper. And the people outside the door who snatched it. The reason he came here today was actually to get some of these things. Then, he could inquire about Zhang Feng's situation and pass on the clan's matters to Zhang Feng. But he didn't know that Zhang Feng actually gave this treasure bowl to him. "Brother Zhang." "No, brother-in-law. You are really my brother-in-law. You can rest assured, this thing." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Paper's business actually doesn't need him to promote it. Next spring, when the imperial examinations begin, it will also spread to Jiangnan. It's just that the significance is different from mine. The reason why I gave it to you is also for a purpose. I believe your family should be able to understand." Zhang Feng waved his hand and then looked at Zhao Yue. "Of course, my industry is not only this. I also have the latest textile factory, steel factory, rubber factory, and yes, basketball production, food processing, and so on. This time, I came to Jiangnan to find some partners and then develop these things in Jiangnan." "Basketball is also made by you?" "Yes." "Then, The braised meat, cigarettes, and the Chang'an Hotel, white wine and beer are also made by you. Zhang Feng nodded and admitted it. However, Yu Suqian's and Zhao Yuer's eyes widened instead. There were some things that were very precious in Jiangnan and were very few in number. However, for people of their status, they would naturally use them and hear about them before. At that time, they were sighing with emotion. Just who was the one who had created such a magical thing? But his mother. This is made by this monster? The two stared at Zhang Feng's head. They really wanted to break it open and see what was hidden in this guy's head. Zhang Feng, is your head a human's head? What treasures do you have that you haven't taken out? Yu Suqian looked at Zhang Feng and asked in a trembling voice. He even had an impulse to touch it. Even Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless as he looked at the two of them. Then he said, "You should be able to understand why I'm telling you all this." All right, that's all for today. If Miss Yu likes white paper, although there aren't many in the store, if you like it, you can take it yourself. I'll have someone send it back to your residence. This miss really likes something. Are you willing to give it to me? Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes, which made Zhang Feng a little scared. However, Zhang Feng still subconsciously asked, "I don't know what Miss Zhao likes. As long as I can give it to you, I will give it to you." I like you. Will you give it to me? Chapter 2134. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Yu Suqian's mouth was wide open as he stared at the two dumbfounded. For a moment, Zhao Yuer's face was slightly red. "I'm just joking. By the way, you can tell this to Yu Suqian. Why do you want to tell me? Could it be that you are plotting something against me?" The words in front. It was not easy for Zhang Feng to find a way out. But in the next second, the stairs became a bottomless abyss. Zhang Feng, who was caught off guard, fell down directly. "Ahem, Miss Zhao, your words are really Jiangnan ah." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. "In fact, I need friends. After all, I just came to Jiangnan and know nothing about Jiangnan." With that said, Zhao Yu suddenly understood. But she didn't know why, but there was a trace of loss in her heart. But it was fleeting. Then she smiled. How much worry can a gentleman have? Just like the spring water flowing east, a man who can write such amazing poems. I think Prince Zhang should understand what I mean, right? I don't know what young Master Zhang wants to do, but young Master Zhang can rest assured that as long as it is within my power, I will definitely want to be friends with you. However, as for what my family wants to do, this little girl is powerless, unless..." While talking, Zhao Yuer left. Of course, she also took away the last sentence. But Zhang Feng also understood the meaning of this sentence. Instead of thinking too much, he looked at Yu Suqian and said, "Brother Yu, I just told you that the paper-making technique is of great importance, and I came to Jiangnan this time with a purpose, so I hope, brother, you can be prepared. Maybe I will be the enemy of the entire Jiangnan clan, not only in other aspects, but also in the future. You have seen the impact of my industry on the Jiangnan market." But Zhang Feng looked at Yu Suqian cautiously and said, "This is only the beginning." Yu Suqian put away the shock on his face and looked at Zhang Feng seriously. He nodded. "Actually, I know what to do without Brother Zhang telling me. At the beginning, my cousin made it clear when he sent a letter from Chang'an. Not to mention anything else, my Yu family also needs a mountain. It is my Yu family's honor to have such a big backer like Brother Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Feng nodded. "Also, I want to bring 5 guards for you, but it's not convenient for me to make an appearance for the time being. Once I make an official appearance, it means that I'm officially forming an alliance with the Yu family. So, in order to prevent my plan from being disrupted, I want you to make an appearance for the time being and bring 5 guards for you, Of course, our cooperation can only be done in secret. But once I have time to breathe, it will be fine." Although Yu Suqian was stubborn, he could still distinguish between right and wrong. Seeing Zhang Feng say so, he nodded and said, "Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Leave this small matter to me." He also saw the ability of the guards outside. He almost couldn't help but ask Zhang Feng for a few, but when he thought that these people might be from the military, he finally held back. After the conversation, Yu Suqian left in a hurry. After he left, Hao Chu-jun walked into the shop with some worry and asked, "Teacher, such an important matter, what if Zhao Yu and Yu Suqian are here to inquire about the news?" What should we do? Zhang Feng smiled slightly and said, So what? In fact, I really don't intend to hide this matter. I can't wait for them to leak the news. Hao Chu-jun was surprised and asked, Why is that? Because, in this way we can determine whether these people are here to get to know us or have other purposes. This way, our next step will be easy. When Hao Chu-jun heard this, he couldn't help but understand. They came to Jiangnan in a crisis. First, there was the hostility of the old clans in Jiangnan, and then there was the trouble of the 5 families and 7 clans. Almost every step was full of danger. Moreover, Hao Chu-jun also knew what kind of impact the things in the hands of his teacher would bring to Jiangnan. It was almost certain that these clans in Jiangnan would be completely reshuffled because of his teacher. Now they didn't lack anything, what they lacked was allies. But now, as soon as they arrived in Jiangnan, they encountered people from the Gao family who came to find trouble. This wasn't a coincidence, but more like a test. Although the appearance of the guards today had temporarily resolved the crisis, they had also exposed some of their strength. Moreover, the reason why they were here today was because they had already guessed that these people from the clans would definitely come. They just didn't know if this warning would have a good effect. Zhang Feng didn't care. He had his own plan. Everything that happened today. Only Yu Suqian was a bit unexpected. He thought of everything else. It was just that he didn't expect these guards. The initial plan was that these guards wouldn't appear unless it was a critical moment, but they still appeared a bit too early. In addition, Zhao Yuer and Yu Suqian's intentional hints made a good show go down the drain. But it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng calmed down. Now the Wang family had come. Then the next step was to go to the Xie family to take a look. Previously, with Madame Xie's arrangements in advance, coupled with the reputation of the old scholar in White Deer College, naturally the Xie family's position in Jiangnan had also increased. At the very least, they wouldn't be looked down upon like before. And those aristocratic families more or less gave some face to the Xie family. After all, they were a great scholar and White Deer College's reputation was out there. No one dared to suppress the Xie family too much. Chapter 2135. At the same time, the Xie family. As the once most dazzling family, the Xie family at this moment looked incomparably miserable. The white marble archway that was once beyond everyone's reach was now in ruins and had become a place for peddlers to tie their horses and mules. How miserable was this? At this moment, the Xie family only had one house left. Although this house was the last face of the Xie family, it was only a little bigger than the houses of other aristocratic families. As for the cracks that covered the walls due to disrepair, it showed the loneliness of this family. Once from Chuzhou City to Zhenzhou City, almost all of it was the sphere of influence of the Xie family. But with the passage of time, there was nothing left. This was really a case of things being the same, but people have changed. The Xie family in the south of Yuezhou City. The current head of the Xie family was always paying attention to the movements of Zhang Feng. From the time Madame Xie sent the news from Chang and that Zhang Feng was coming to Jiangnan, they had been waiting and looking forward to it. But this guy's actions since he came to Jiangnan were very strange. This made all the people who were watching him a little confused. First, he had a conflict with the Gao family, and then he had an unclear relationship with a young lady of the Zhao family. Today, he dared to openly challenge everyone in Yuezhou City. The business of papermaking could be said to be related to everyone's lifeline. In addition to the control of the government, there were only these things in the hands of the major clans, and the interests of these things could be said to be violent. Especially the scholars of the Tang dynasty. Half of them were in Jiangnan. And it was also because of the praise of the major clans that the price of rice paper was set at this price. Almost everyone's way of showing off was to talk about how many carts of books they had in their house. This was also the origin of the 5 cars of learning. But now, the head of the Xie family looked at the thin white paper in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, a servant of the Xie family cautiously stepped forward and said, "Master, just now there was news from the market that Zhang Feng had distributed at least 200 caddies of white paper, and I also heard that he and the stubborn man of the Yu family entered the store and had a secret talk." Finally, the girl of the Zhao family also went in. The 3 of them talked for at least an hour. Hearing this, the Xie family head couldn't help but frown. What did they discuss? I'm not sure about that, but the people in Jiangnan aren't talking about that. Instead, they're talking about Zhang Feng's bodyguards and the weapons in their hands. The head of the Xie family looked at the paper in his hand and asked, "What's wrong with the guards? What are they holding?" It is said that these guards, from their movements, seem to be soldiers from the army. This is reasonable. After all, there are countless people who retire from the army every year. It is not surprising that these people find a place to live. However, these people are different. They seem to have undergone special training. Almost every step they take is in sync. Not only that, their auras and the weapons in their hands, I wonder what they are made of. It looks like iron, but it isn't iron. Furthermore, when it comes in contact with the body, it will emit a metallic sound. However, its exterior is pitch black. It looks like a poker. Furthermore, this thing is only as thick as a thumb. With Zhang Feng's status, he couldn't let his bodyguards hold a poker, could he? Most importantly, as a lord, the chancellor of the academy, and the contemporary great Confucian, he was allowed to have bodyguards in the imperial court. These guards, on the other hand, were allowed to use proper weapons. Was Zhang Feng short of money? No. According to the news from Chang'an, Zhang Feng might not be as rich as a country, but at least he was much wealthier than the clans in Jiangnan. But why was he like this? Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? These were all mysteries. These mysteries troubled almost everyone who was watching Zhang Feng at this moment. It was impossible that Zhang Feng didn't know. What does he want to do? The head of the Xie family squinted and stared at the white paper on the table. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back. At this moment the servant asked, "Master, the housekeeper has prepared the gifts. When are we going to visit Zhang Feng?" This question reminded the head of the Xie family, and he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he sighed and said, "No, how many people do you think this boy's actions today have angered?" At this moment, if the Xie family has any contact with him, we are bound to become the target of public criticism. We have to wait and see. The head of the Xie family was right. After all, the Xie family could no longer afford to be tossed around. If this had happened 100 years ago, the Xie family would have dared to go. But now, the Xie family could only gasp for breath. What confidence did they have? The slightest disturbance might take the Xie family's life. He didn't dare to let the Xie family die here in his generation. After all, time waited for no one. There was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, in the residence of the Yu family branch in Yuezhou. In Yuezhou City, almost everyone with the surname Yu and other branches of the Yu family had gathered here. The head of the Yu family here was Yuqi Hong's brother, Yuqi Tuesday. Chapter 2136. In his early years, he had made some achievements in the army and was hailed by the Yuqi family as the second Yuqi Gong. However, because of the situation in the imperial court and the change in the Xuanwu Gate, Yuqi too had no choice but to protect himself and retire. Then, he worked hard to build a business in Yuezhou. Although the Yuezhou Yu family wasn't a first-rate family in Yuezhou, it was still considered respectable outside. At this moment, 70 to 80 people of all ages were sitting in the Yuqi family's living room. Everyone was reading the white paper that had appeared on the street. Some people were amazed, some shook their heads and sighed, and some had other thoughts. However, only Yuqi too remained silent. From the beginning, he knew that Yu Suqian had gone to find Zhang Feng. To be precise, he had instructed him to do so. On one hand, he wanted to inquire whether this Zhang Feng was as magical as Yuqi Gong said. On the other hand, he wanted to see if this person really had the guts. However, he was very satisfied with the results. This child was a man. Especially after learning about Zhang Feng's guards, Yuqi too had a feeling that he couldn't understand his intentions. This kid could do so many things in Chang'an and even make the emperor and others willing to hide their identities. Why did he choose to be so low-key when he came to Jiangnan? He could have used the most effective method to appear. Especially 1,000 guards. Others didn't know, but who was he? He used to be a commandant in the army. His sharp eyes couldn't be wrong about the origins of these people. Moreover, the fact that Yuqi Gong and the emperor had allowed him to come alone showed that they had enough confidence in Zhang Feng. Judging from the soldiers and the weapons, as well as the fact that Chang'an was in urgent need of iron or some time ago, something major must have happened. At this moment, everyone was discussing the profits that the white paper business could bring. Some people were even preparing how to welcome Zhang Feng when he came. Everyone was so blinded by the benefits that they even forgot that Zhang Feng wasn't the Yu family's son-in-law at the moment. At this time, a dog-headed person poked his head out of the living room door, but how could he escape Yuqi Tu's eyes? "Yu Suqian, since you're back, Tell me what you saw and heard today. Hearing this, the dozens of noisy people in the living room instantly looked at the door. Yu Suqian saw that he couldn't hide, so he braced himself and entered the living room. As soon as he entered, Yu Qi, who was now Yu Tu, asked with his hands behind his back, "What did Zhang Feng say to you today?" No. He didn't say anything. When Yu Tu saw this, he could not help but frown slightly. Speak the truth. When Yu Suqian saw this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. It seemed that the family knew everything. He couldn't help but recount in detail what Zhang Feng had said in the store today, as well as what had happened, as well as Zhao Yuer's matter. In an instant, everyone in the living room was in an uproar. What? Young master, are you really willing to hand over the white paper business to us? Oh my God! As expected of you, Er's good husband. Ha ha ha, if this business was handed over to us, just this profit alone would be enough to make our Yuqi family. No, the Yu family soar. Shut up. Yu Tu frowned slightly. Instead, his expression became more dignified. This matter was not something that he had expected. But even so, it meant that Zhang Feng was making a choice for the Yu family. Once a choice was made, it would be a big deal for the entire Yu family. It was not an exaggeration to say that life and death could be decided in a single thought. But what could he say now? At this moment, almost everyone in the Yu family branch in the living room was a master who didn't care about money. At this moment, seeing such a good business in front of them, how could they remain calm? You too, for our Yu family, this is definitely a pie falling from the sky. We must seize it. Yes. Zhang Feng is not an outsider. It's normal for him to give us some gifts. We have to give him face, right? Yes, that's the reason. You see, that kid should have come to visit us as soon as he came to Jiangnan. Look at that kid. How long has it been, and he still hasn't come? But at least this kid has a conscience. You two listened to their words with a dignified expression. Then he said in a deep voice, "Things are far from as simple as you think." At this moment, an elderly man stood up and asked with narrowed eyes, "Are you saying that we can't touch the white paper business?" In an instant, the entire hall could not help but burst into an uproar. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Yu Tu nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. Think about it. Why did Zhang Feng send white paper to the market today in such a high-profile manner? He's trying to sound the alarm for everyone. Although many people in Jiangnan think that this kid is just a kid, you're all wrong. How many people can make Yu Qigong personally send a letter to Jiangnan to warn us? I don't need to say more about who Yu Qigong is, right? But even he doesn't dare to provoke this kid. I also heard that this kid killed Duke Chen on the spot in Chang'an. And it was in Chang'an City. And Yu Qigong personally sent a letter saying that this kid once slaughtered the 6 old families in Chang'an City in broad daylight for the sake of a subordinate and a student. Do you know that even the emperor didn't dare to offend those families?" Hiss. In an instant, everyone was shocked. It would have been better if these secrets were not revealed. Once these secrets were revealed, everyone was numb. This kid looked young, but it seemed that he was also a ruthless person. However, at this time, Yu Suqian was not happy. "Uncle, I think Zhang Feng is not bad. There's nothing to say about his character. And I don't think he has that kind of ability. If he did, I might have to come back lying down today." Chapter 2137. Yu Suqian finished the book and talked about what happened in Zhang Feng's shop today, especially emphasizing what Zhang Feng said to Zhao Yuer. In this way, in an instant, all the Yu family members were boiling. Especially when they heard Zhang Feng say that he was going to hand over the white paper business to them. They were even more excited than the new year. However, Yu too heard something different from the others. That was Zhang Feng's profoundness, as well as another layer of meaning. Zhang Feng wanted to let them choose their own side at this time. And the purpose of Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan this time, it seemed that it was not as simple as avenging Yu and marrying Yu. Perhaps, this was what Yu Qigong had repeatedly emphasized in his letters. Don't be an enemy of Zhang Feng. Don't be an enemy of Zhang Feng. A young man who could make the generation's god of war afraid of a tiger. What about it? He, Yu Qi too, could definitely think of it. And the most important thing was, at this moment, when Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, he had already stood with the Yu family. Hearing the excited discussions of the crowd, as well as the excited faces, Yu Tu's heart was exceptionally heavy. After a while, everyone seemed to see the heavy expression on Yu-Tu's face and couldn't help but be silent. At this moment, Yu-Tu said, "This matter is related to the life and death of my Yu family. For now, let Suqian handle this matter. Everything in the family will continue as usual. I have to go to Hangzhou Prefecture quickly. Before I come back, if Zhang Feng comes to visit Yu Suqian, you will receive him with the highest etiquette, and..." Yu-Tu looked around and said with a dignified expression, "At this time, don't announce it to the public. Push everything to the main family. We are just a branch of the Yu family and have no right to do anything. And the matter of me going to Hangzhou, be sure to let everyone know." This, Yu Suqian was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. An older person immediately said, "Master, this matter is related to the future of our family. Why is the master so timid? Since it was given to us by that kid, why don't we accept it?" Everyone seemed to have the same thought as they looked at Yu-Tu anxiously. It was as if the moment he said something bad, he had the intention to change the patriarch. Yu-Tu fell silent. He had the urge to beat these family members who only cared about benefits to death. If it were any other time, he would definitely pay a visit to Zhang Feng. However, the current situation was that Zhang Feng's motives were impure. Once they were infected, the Yu family would either live or die. These were the only two paths. Although he wasn't sure if this matter was instructed by someone in the imperial palace, Yu Qigong was being so cautious. But one had to know that this place was at least half a month away from the capital. It could be said that the sky was high and the emperor was far away. This was the base camp of the 5 families and 7 great clans. Although there were only a few families that stood out and the 5 great clans did not take any action, one must know that the 5 families and 7 great clans were existences that even the imperial family had to fear. At this moment, if they stood on the wrong side, then even if the 5 families and 7 hopes really wanted to kill the Yu family, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Even if the imperial family and Yu Qigong found out, would they dare to send troops to these people? Perhaps even the emperor would have to pinch his nose and admit defeat when the time came. The Yu family would be nothing more than a sacrifice for the emperor and the 5 families and 7 great clans. This was what Yu Qi was most worried about. Enough. No one is allowed to make any decisions on this matter before I return from the Han Province Prefecture. This matter may affect the life and death of the Yu family. If the wrong decision is made, the Yu family may really be gone. Meanwhile, in an inn in the Liang Province Prefecture, as soon as Zhang Feng entered, Jing Shu and Yao Yu Yao came up to him. "Prince Zhang, what's going on outside? How is it?" Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The powers in Jiangnan are really too complicated. This matter has to be dealt with slowly. Jing Shu didn't say anything when she heard this. She only lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng. Instead, it was Zhang Yuyao who said, "I heard that the young lady of the Zhao family went as well?" Zhang Feng nodded and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Yes, she did. However, all of you have to stay away from this woman. This woman's thoughts are too heavy, and her objective for coming here today isn't simple." "Then we shouldn't go look for Sister Yu, for the time being?" Hearing Zhang Yuyao's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Not for the time being. At this moment, not only are the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs watching us, but the old forces in Jiangnan are also watching and testing us. If we get too close, Yu and even the Yu family will be implicated. Jing Shu's expression couldn't help but turn serious. "I feel that someone is deliberately spreading rumors about today's matter. Before you came back, there were people crazily spreading rumors that young master was preparing to use Paper White's business to disrupt the entire business scene in Jiangnan. There were even people who said that young master..." Jing Shu glanced at Zhang Feng and said with a strange expression, "They said that young master has his eyes on the list of the top 10 beauties in Jiangnan. This time, you came to Jiangnan for them." Zhang Feng was stunned. When did I say such a thing? It seemed that these people's actions were not just a little bit fast. He had just made a move, and the public opinion had already made him offend all the officials in Jiangnan. This was extremely bad for Zhang Feng. The main thing was that Jiangnan produced talented people, and talented people towards beautiful women. How could the sudden appearance of a troublemaker not arouse the anger of all the scholars? Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh and say, "This person's move is really damaging enough." Jing Shu was shocked. "Don't tell me." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. "This won't be a problem. The originator of the rumors is here. These little tricks should be avoided. Chapter 2138. Zhang Feng really wasn't worried about these things. What he was worried about was these officials. If under the influence of these things and they all banded together, it would be difficult to deal with them. At this moment, Hao Chu-jun hurried upstairs and reported in a low voice at the door. "Teacher, I just received news that the Yuezhou government will be holding a poetry gathering tomorrow night at the Yuezhou restaurant. It seems to be related to teacher." They came so quickly. Just a moment ago, Zhang Feng was still wondering if these people would cause any trouble. Now, a poetry recital had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the person who set this up had an obvious motive. They wanted to lure him out. This person. Zhang Feng wasn't afraid of the poetry gathering. He was worried that these people's motive wasn't just this. They wanted to confirm his identity. The reason why these people hadn't taken any action yet was because they hadn't confirmed whether Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. Once they confirmed his identity, it would be the time for a storm to come. "I know. Spread the news that I will go to the poetry gathering tomorrow." Zhang Feng thought for a while and decided to go. After all, this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Once it was delayed, these people would be instigated and do anything. For these hot-headed people, it was hard to say. Jing Shu didn't expect him to agree. She hurriedly said, "Young master, it's very obvious that this is a test. What if? Actually, for us, this is also an opportunity." Zhang Feng interrupted Jing Shu and said, "They just haven't confirmed my identity for the time being. When I was in Jiangnan, everyone treated me as a merchant, and no one knew my true identity. That's why these people would do such a thing. Undoubtedly, they want to find out if I'm the Zhang Feng who founded the White Deer Institute. But once my identity is revealed, if we make use of what I did in Chang'an, these officials and scholars will be a great help to me. So, Prince Zhang wants to..." Jing Shu instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. He wanted to take the opportunity to lay his cards on the table, and then use the opportunity to build momentum, and then rope in his own people. Jing Shu was a smart woman. There were many things that didn't need to be said clearly. Therefore, Zhang Feng's approach at this moment was undoubtedly the best. Once he took the initiative to reveal his identity, he could instantly gather a large number of forces with his identity as a great scholar. Although these students had little influence on the merchants of Jiangnan, once they really formed a certain power, even the merchants would not dare to underestimate them. After all, the current emperor had issued an imperial edict. Moreover, there was a difference in status. These merchants would also restrain themselves. Although it was unknown why they wanted to confirm Zhang Feng's identity. She didn't know what these people would do after confirming Zhang Feng's identity, but she believed that the emperor and the others would do something. Thinking of this, Jing Shu stopped worrying. However, Zhang Yuyao didn't think of this. She was still worried and whispering ideas. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "We've been in Jiangnan for a few days, but we haven't had a good tour of the so-called heaven on earth. Today, let's go out and take a look." Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao were slightly stunned. "Young master, what do you mean by heaven on earth?" "It's..." Zhang Feng heard this and couldn't help but be speechless. In the Tang dynasty in this era, there seemed to be no such thing. After the Song dynasty, Jiangnan was really praised by the literary masters. It was said that there was heaven above, and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Jiangnan was still the same as other places in the Tang dynasty, but it was slightly more prosperous than the north. However, this was only a part of it. For example, at this moment, Xuanzhou, Meizhou, and other places were almost a beach. If at this moment they knew that Jiangnan would be the economic lifeline of the whole Huaxia hundreds or thousands of years later, how would they feel? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel lonely again. He remembered again that gradually blurred memory. In this era, he was still just a stranger, still just a passerby. However, he could never go back. At this moment, with this unreliable system, Zhang Feng instantly felt uncomfortable all over. When Zhang Feng came back to his senses, he found that Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao were both staring at him. Even Hao Chu-jun was listening with pointed ears. Zhang Feng coughed. "I just thought of something and forgot. Making a so-called heaven on earth is the purpose of our trip to Jiangnan this time. It is to make this place into a heaven on earth. Let all the people have something to rely on in old age. Let all the people be rich and healthy. and don't close their doors at night. In the future, it will be the main golden lane for the iron ships I build to go to sea. When the time comes, think about it. Isn't it a heaven on earth? After being fooled like this, everyone's eyes were filled with lingering pleasure. What kind of flower scroll was that? Zhang Feng laughed and hurriedly said, "Let's go. Let's go outside and buy a manor on the way to Yuezhou. It's more comfortable to live in our own place." Chapter 2139. While talking, Zhang Feng took the lead and walked out. Hearing that they were going to buy a farm, everyone couldn't help but feel overjoyed. They had been running around for days on the road, plus the things they encountered as soon as they arrived in Zhongnan, so such a big thing was delayed. Even the small shop yesterday was temporarily rented. If they wanted to establish a foothold in Jiangnan, they had to buy their own property. Yuezhou Prefecture was not too far from the inn where they lived. After walking 3 streets, they could see it. The Jiangnan area was mostly humid. In addition, during the Tang Dynasty, the whole south was like spring all year round. Even in winter, the temperature here was about 27 or 28 degrees. This was also the key to the prosperity of Jiangnan. Almost all of the houses here were 2-story structures made of earth and wood. The smooth, grayish-black tiles were refined into pieces. Coupled with the scattered shouts of the peddlers on the streets, everyone was instantly immersed in this environment. The delicacies on both sides were almost all Jiangnan characteristics, such as drunk shrimp, malt candy, and some unknown delicacies. But these couldn't attract the appetite of Zhang Feng and others. Although almost all of them were hungry at the moment, they were used to the food made by Zhang Feng, so they really didn't care about these things. They would only take a second look at 1 or 2 barbecue stalls every time they came across 1 or 2 barbecue stalls. But there were almost no customers in front of these stalls. The food on the barbecue stalls was also pitifully little. Except for some readily available things like chickadees and some game, there was nothing else. These things would make people crazy for later generations. But no one patronized them here. Zhang Feng seriously doubted whether these people were crazy. But there was no other way. Except for the poor, no one really cared about these things. In their eyes, only mutton and the new pork that just came from Chang'an could catch their attention. This made Zhang Feng think of Chang'an Hotel. If we can get the things from Chang'an Hotel and liquor to Jiangnan, do you think the business here will be more popular than in Chang'an? Hearing this, Jia Doran's eyes instantly lit up. "Director, you are really far-sighted. When I first came to Jiangnan, I had such an idea. However, because of other matters, I didn't report it to you. However, if you really do this, it will be more profitable than paper blank." Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. Because at this moment, a plan quietly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. Not only did he want to bring everything from Chang'an to Jiangnan, but most importantly, the academy. The academy, as well as all the rich properties of the academy, would move into Jiangnan. In this way, not only would he be able to use his reputation to earn a certain amount of reputation points in a short period of time. After all, there was a good saying, "Those who win the hearts of the people can achieve great things." At this moment, Gao Can's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Principal, we've arrived at the provincial governor's office." Hearing that, the crowd saw the Yu State residents appear in front of them. However, at that moment, there was a group of people who seemed to be seeking justice at the entrance of the Yu State residence. They were chased out. Coincidentally, at this moment, under Gao Can's horse, a man who reeked of alcohol crashed into his horse's hooves and fainted in the next moment. This scene instantly stupefied everyone. It also made Zhang Feng immediately think of 2 words. Scam. Young master, what's wrong with you?" A sudden exclamation made Zhang Feng think to himself. As expected. The next moment, a group of people rushed forward in a panic and surrounded the person who had fainted. Even Gao Can was surrounded. At this moment, the Yamen runners looked at Zhang Feng and the others with a playful expression. Even some people who were hiding at the side to watch the show gathered their courage and came out. "Bastard! Come and tie this bastard up for Lao Tzu. How dare he attack young master at the entrance of the Yamen? Bring him back and let old master deal with him." "Damn it, whose master is this? Come out and say something. How dare you bump into someone from the Xie family? Do you not want to live in Jiangnan anymore? Bastard! Go and call the provincial governor out immediately." The Xie family? Zhang Feng originally wanted to pay some money to settle this matter. It was not a big deal at first. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy was drunk and fell onto the horse's hooves after being pushed by the yeoman runners and fainted. How did it end up like this? However, after hearing the word Xie family, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry. Could this be Madame Xie's family? At this moment, a man in a green official's robe, surrounded by a group of yeoman runners, appeared at the entrance of the provincial governor's mansion. When the Xie family saw this scene, they hurriedly cried and made a scene. The provincial governor seemed to have dealt with these people before. An old man with a mustache coldly reprimanded them. After all, Zhang Feng and the others were dressed like they were from the capital. Moreover, who else from the capital had appeared in the Yuezhou prefecture recently other than Zhang Feng from the capital? Even the provincial governor did not dare to offend them. The Xie family was nothing. In the midst of the advisor's reprimand, the middle-aged man in the green official's robe sized up the group and asked, "May I ask which one of you is Prince Zhang?" Chapter 2140. Gao Can's face was full of vigilance as he looked at the troublemakers. He pointed at Zhang Feng behind him, and when he saw that the matter was more or less settled, he returned to Zhang Feng's side. Together with Jia Daoren, they stood guard on both sides of the carriage. At this moment, Zhang Feng lifted the curtain of the carriage and got off. He cupped his hands at the provincial governor. "I'm Zhang Feng." "You are." Seeing the main character appear, the provincial governor immediately made an inviting gesture and said calmly, "I don't know if it's Prince Zhang. There are some ruffians making trouble here. Let's go in and talk." Zhang Feng looked at the group of people and nodded. At this moment, after hearing the conversation between Zhang Feng and the provincial governor, some people who were making trouble instantly thought of something. They hurriedly carried the people who had fainted and ran away. After they entered the provincial governor's residence, the provincial governor instantly changed his attitude and said, "Initially, I had wanted to pay a visit to young Master Zhang. However, I had no choice but to run into some troublesome matters recently. Earlier, young Master Zhang even bumped into me. It's my fault for not managing things well. I hope that young Master Zhang won't be angry." Hearing his words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. It seemed that Lao Li and the others had already used their connections. When they first came, Zhang Feng had said that if he wanted to use his own strength, he didn't need to rely on his connections. However, now it seemed that Zhang Feng was a little speechless. However, at this moment he could also understand. It was really difficult to survive in the enemy's circle without anyone behind, especially in the enemy's circle. It's fine. However, are you talking about those people just now?" Hearing Zhang Feng's question, the provincial governor sighed and said, "Isn't it? It's true that the Xie clan used to be a big clan, but it declined very quickly, especially after it came to the current dynasty. It's almost. But because it has the support of the eunuchs in the palace, the Xie clan is still alive. I heard that in Prince Zhang's college, there's a great scholar called Mr. Zihuai, who's a member of the Xie clan." As he spoke, the provincial governor hurriedly glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression didn't change, he continued, "In addition, there's a rumor that the Xie family has business dealings with Prince Zhang in the capital. In the past few days, the Xie family has been wanting to publish a letter on the server. They want to purchase the white fold seeds, as well as dried flowers and grass at a low price. However, the Xie family is the one who hyped up the prices. Now, it's really hard for me to deal with this matter. But they said it was Prince Zhang who said it. Helpless, I really can't do it. After all, Prince Zhang also knows that the power in Jiangnan is really strong, so..." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He couldn't help but sigh. A doe who couldn't be helped was more or less like this, wasn't it? Originally, it was just a spur of the moment, but he didn't expect that the Xie family would make a big fuss because of this. Wasn't this nonsense? No wonder the Gao family didn't let him go as soon as they saw him. No wonder the clans in Jiangnan were secretly observing and vigilant after seeing him again. It turned out that the matter originated from this. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Zihuai and I are like teachers and friends. However, provincial governor, you don't have to think too much. Do what you should do. After all, the imperial court's laws allow no mistakes. As for the matter of the Xie family, I won't say much. I'm just in a cooperative relationship with them. I don't care about other things." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the nervous provincial governor finally relaxed and had a look of gratitude on his face. On the one hand, The imperial court had issued at least 3 orders, and they were the emperor's oral edicts. The purpose was to open the door for Zhang Feng. They all knew this. Although they didn't go to the capital often, they would send a month's worth of files to Chang'an almost every month. They would pay attention to all the big and small things in Chang'an. After all, every move in Chang'an was the key to whether they would be promoted or not. The more they knew, the better it would be for them. Therefore, they kept Zhang Feng's every move in mind. Originally, it was reasonable to say that when a big shot like Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, the provincial governors of all the provinces would arrange soldiers to personally welcome him. However, the imperial edict said that Zhang Feng liked to keep a low profile, so they only observed in secret. They didn't dare to casually intervene in Zhang Feng's affairs. Especially after seeing what happened in Yuezhou in the past 2 days. Although the provincial governor was very anxious, he could only be anxious. In addition, at the moment, he encountered the unreasonable pestering of the Xie family, which gave many people a headache. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to pay attention to them, this was the most beautiful imperial edict for them. The provincial governor hurriedly got up and saluted Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng's official position at the moment was empty, he had several titles. Moreover, he had a relationship with the emperor. This was a good line. If he wanted to make a move, wouldn't Zhang Feng be able to do it with just a few words? At this moment, Zhang Feng was too lazy to be entangled in such trivial matters. He asked, "By the way, this time, I want to buy some land and real estate. I just came here and didn't prepare anything good. Old Jia, take out the gift I prepared for the provincial governor." Hearing this, Jia Daoren was stunned. Jing Shu reacted quickly. She patted a package that Jia Daoren put on the side and said, "This is a white paper. Count it as a small gift for the provincial governor." Chapter 2141. White paper. And it was at least £12. Today, when he heard that Zhang Feng was giving it away in the market, he wanted to send someone to get some back. Up until now, this was something that only the document sent from the capital to Jiangnan had. It had unexpectedly appeared in Jiangnan. What was this? This was a good item worth tens of thousands of coins. Zhang Feng gave this thing by the weight? At this moment, his whole body was trembling with excitement. "Thank you. Thank you, Prince Zhang. President Zhang. By the way, I am Yun Zongguang. I hope President Zhang can give me some advice. By the way, President Zhang, you said you wanted a house." Yun Zongguang was so excited that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. As he spoke, he hurriedly urged the private advisor and the prefectural official to carry a large pile of documents and place them in front of Zhang Feng. "Principal Zhang, these are the best residences in Yuezhou Prefecture, and some of the best houses in the market. This is especially true for Wanyan Square. It's a prime location for Hangzhou Prefecture to travel to and from Yuezhou Prefecture. And this..." Yun Zongguang was like a salesman, introducing the best houses in the Yuezhou Prefecture over and over again. Zhang Feng was stunned. He was stunned. This should be the best salesman in the Tang dynasty, right? He hurriedly interrupted Yun Zongguang and said, "Provincial Governor Yun, the place to live, it doesn't need to be too good, but it needs to be big." Yun Zongguang glanced at the 2 women beside Zhang Feng, and instantly showed a look of understanding. He said, "In that case, I really do have a house here." While speaking, Yun Zongguang took out a house from a pile of land deeds and said, "This house is the best house in Yuezhou. It used to belong to the Xie family. In the end, the Xie family fell and sold it to a foreign businessman who committed a crime. His property was confiscated, so..." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. Back then, the Xie family was extremely glorious in history. The things that he left behind were all good things. But somehow, the Xie family had fallen to such a state. However, this also piqued Zhang Feng's interest. "If that's the case, why don't we go take a look?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was satisfied, Yun Zongguang was also very happy. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Then, why don't we go and take a look together, Prince Zhang? On the way, this official would also like to invite Prince Zhang to a meal as a welcome." "There's no need for that. I just want to have a good rest." Yun Zongguang's face stiffened when he heard Zhang Feng's rejection. However, he instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. After all, Zhang Feng was the founder of the catering industry in the Tang dynasty. How could he be interested in these things? Yun Zongguang hurriedly prepared his official sedan chair for Zhang Feng and the others, then followed Zhang Feng's sedan chair and introduced the things on both sides of the street to Zhang Feng. Originally, Zhang Feng wanted to keep a low profile, but because of this, almost everyone knew about the relationship between Zhang Feng and Yun Zongguang. This time, Zhang Feng's identity aroused people's suspicion again. Jiangnan was a slow-paced circle. At this moment, people looked at Zhang Feng's sedan chair and saw the provincial governor following behind. This matter couldn't help but spread in Yuezhou City. Who's sitting in the provincial governor's sedan chair? How could the provincial governor follow him in person? You don't know this, do you? Look at the guard behind the team. That's the guard of the person who delivered paper in the market just now. What? Delivered paper? White paper. Hiss. Isn't he just a rich businessman? Does the provincial governor need to do this? Alas! You don't know this, do you? Our provincial governor is afraid of being poor. This rich man must have said something to the provincial governor. That's why the provincial governor is like this. For a moment, everyone curiously followed the sedan chair, wanting to see what this mysterious Prince Zhang was going to do. As for those from the Xie family who were prepared to demand an explanation from Zhang Feng, they also followed behind. But the more they looked and heard, the more scared they became. They didn't know who this man was. Could he be the person that the woman who was driven out of the Xie family talked about? Thinking of this, the spies of the Xie family who followed Zhang Feng and the others hurriedly brought this matter back to the Xie family. Xie family. Everyone was gathered in the living room, discussing the next batch of white paper and dried flowers. They mentioned the young man who had just been carried back by the servants. That young man was none other than the rare talent of the Xie family, who was known as the most likely person to pass the imperial examination in the spring. So since he was young, he was like a savior and was spoiled by the whole Xie family. However, this spoiling also caused a problem. He was spoiled in everything and everything had to be centered around him. This time, he was supposed to attend the poetry gathering tomorrow night. Today, he was drinking in a tavern with his friends. He was so angry that he came to the provincial governor's mansion and wanted to borrow Zhang Feng's name and Mr. Zihuai's name. Get the approval. But he thought too much. How could the provincial governor fall for his trick? He was directly driven out. But unfortunately, he bumped into Zhang Feng. Then, the servants didn't dare to say that they were the ones who were looking for trouble and were driven out. They could only say that they were bumped by a carriage on the way to the provincial governor's mansion. This time, how could they not be angry that they bumped into the genius of the Xie family? But after learning that the group of people seemed to be of unusual status and seemed to be from the capital, the Xie family sent people to keep an eye on the provincial governor's mansion. Once the group of people left the provincial governor's mansion, they would talk about it. At this moment, the people sent hurriedly reported what they saw. After that, the Xie family was in an uproar. Oh my God! This person is actually the young master who delivered paper on the street yesterday? I went to snatch more than a dozen pieces of paper yesterday. I was wondering if this young man from the capital could be the Prince Zhang that woman mentioned before. Could it be that they are really the same person? That crazy woman came to write that Prince Zhang came to Jiangnan. It shouldn't be. At this moment, the people of the Xie family couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Who else could make the provincial governor personally follow him except for the Prince Zhang who opened the academy? Chapter 2142. The Xie family paid the most attention to every move in the imperial court. Once something happened in the imperial court, they were likely to rise. A snake startled by the bow of a bough. This was probably the case. At this moment, a white-haired old woman walked out from the back hall. Everyone immediately stopped talking. The old woman coughed for a long time before she waved her hand and said, I understand what you just said. Let's not talk about these things for now. No matter who he is, if he bumps into someone, he has to pay. This is an unchanging principle. Even if we report this to the emperor, our Xie family is still in the right. So, old ancestor, you mean? The Xie family head's eyes flashed as he asked. This old woman was extremely famous throughout Jiangnan. Back then, when the Xie family was in dire straits, it was all because of her own strength that they were able to stand firm. In the end, she even completely drove the enemy out of Jiangnan. At this moment, she was not only the oldest member of the Xie family, but also the most prestigious person. The old woman nodded. Her hazy eyes stared at the door. Since this has happened, Then our Xie family must demand an explanation. Xie Ada, quickly bring people to find that brat. Tell him that I invited him to our Xie family as a guest. Xie Ada was the current head of the Xie family. Hearing this, he nodded and hurriedly brought 2 servants who knew how to fight and hurried out of the door. When they found Zhang Feng and the others, they were dumbfounded. The courtyard walls were covered in moss and creepers. They could faintly see the carvings left on the walls when they were children. Although there were some cracks in the 2 large stone lions and they stood crookedly at the door, this was the main residence of the Xie family when it was at its peak. However, the plaque on the door had long been replaced and was now crooked. Weeds had already poked out of the courtyard of the main residence. However, the newly torn seal on the door was particularly glaring. At this moment, pairs of bailiffs were busily going in and out to clean the courtyard. A group of guards dressed in the style of the capital were also busy in the courtyard. Seeing Xie Ada's arrival, 2 or 3 guards came forward to stop them. What business do you have here? Xie Ada looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar courtyard with mixed feelings. He cupped his hands and said, I am the head of the Xie family. I have come to visit your master. The guard looked at Patriarch Xie with a strange expression, then hurriedly entered the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, in a room that had just been tidied up and could be considered habitable, Zhang Feng and the 2 girls were tidying up their belongings. Zhang Feng frowned slightly after the guard told him what had happened. However, he soon found out the purpose of this person's visit. After instructing the servants to tidy up the living room, they went to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Zhang Feng saw a middle-aged man in his 50s with a slightly hunched back looking around the living room. Seeing Zhang Feng's arrival, the man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Prince Zhang, this humble one is Xie Adi of the Xie clan. I am the Xie clan's patriarch. So it's Patriarch Xie. Please take a seat. Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and hurriedly greeted, I don't know what brought Patriarch Xie here. This is the residence that I just bought. As you can see, this place is being cleaned up. If there is anything that is lacking in hospitality, I hope Patriarch Xie can forgive me. It was fine if Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Now that he said that, Xie Ada felt that Zhang Feng was humiliating him. If he could get the provincial governor to accompany him here, it was impossible that Yun Che didn't tell him about the past. This place belonged to the Xie clan. But what did this brat mean by that? Xie Ada's eyes flashed, then he laughed and said, Prince Zhang is too polite. I came here today for another matter. Today, I heard from my family that one of my juniors was insensible and was taught a lesson by Prince Zhang. Is this true? So he was looking for trouble. Zhang Feng instantly understood. If he didn't mention this matter, Zhang Feng really wouldn't have remembered and would even think highly of the Xie clan. But now, if it wasn't for the old scholar's face, he might have directly thrown him out. But he had to give the old scholar face. Zhang Feng saw this and nodded. There is such a matter. But I think Patriarch Xie is also a reasonable person. I think Patriarch Xie should know the truth of this matter? Xie Ada was stunned and asked, Is there any other reason for this matter? Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead he smiled. I've long wanted to visit the Xie clan. In Chang'an, Master Zi Huai was like a teacher, a friend, and a relative to me. At first, I didn't know he was a member of the Xie clan. But now that I know and have come to Jiangnan, I should visit the Xie clan. But Patriarch Xie also saw it. Unfortunately, there are too many things to do. After I settle down, I'll just go to the residence for a chat. Hearing Zhang Feng say this, Xie Ada couldn't help but feel flustered. It was as if before he could throw a punch, he was pushed back into someone's arms. And he was the one who pushed it back. Then, the old man will wait at home for Prince Zhang's arrival. Xie Ada stood up, clasped his hands, and said goodbye. After Patriarch Xie left, Zhang Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He finally understood why the Xie clan had declined. With such a decadent person, who didn't want to make progress, who was always immersed in the glory of the past, what could he possibly achieve? This kind of person. But he really could not give face to the old scholar. Although the old scholar had always tried to hide his identity and Zhang Feng didn't know what he was afraid of, Zhang Feng knew. Bloodline. As well as their own flesh and blood. When he came to Jiangnan this time, the old scholar didn't say anything. He didn't even mention the Xie clan. He even mentioned the Wang clan, but he refused to mention the Xie clan. It was clear that the Xie clan had caused great harm to the old scholar. Zhang Feng didn't dare to think about it, nor could he think about it. If the Xie clan really did something outrageous, Zhang Feng wouldn't mind giving them a hand. As long as he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't be helped. However, as long as he dared to do anything beyond what was given an inch and wanted a mile, Zhang Feng had a headache about the Xie clan at the moment. At that moment, Jia Doran's voice came from the door. "Director, the dishes are ready." Zhang Feng heard this and came back to his senses. Chapter 2143. The scenery of the Yuezhou prefecture was extremely beautiful. There was no doubt about that. Otherwise, even if there were great writers and poets from various dynasties, it would be impossible for Jiangnan to be praised. That was simply an impossible existence. And most importantly, Jiangnan's water conservancy was extremely developed. Almost the entire Yuezhou prefecture could be explored by boat. 2 days. Zhang Feng brought his children and toured the entire Yuezhou prefecture. They even tasted the famous places and snacks of the Liang State prefecture in his memory. However, due to the conditions of this era, no matter how good the ingredients were, in their hands, it was just a big pot of stew. This also accelerated Zhang Feng's idea of opening Chong an hotel in Jiangnan. Otherwise, if he wanted to go out, he would have to eat and drink by himself. It was really boring. And also today. On the busiest street of the Liang State prefecture, a restaurant called Chong an Hotel opened for business. The ones in charge of the business were Hao Chujun and the others, as well as the 2 chefs Zhang Feng brought from home. In such a short time, Zhang Feng couldn't make the store luxurious. He just bought a restaurant that was in the process of being sold out, changed the furniture slightly, and opened for business. The reason why he was in such a hurry was because of tonight's poetry gathering. Once Zhang Feng stood out in the poetry gathering, the value of this hotel would instantly rise. The reason why Zhang Feng chose this place was because he wanted to buy the few stores next to it, and then start some other businesses, such as opening a bookstore or something. A one-stop service was more comfortable than anything else. Therefore, Zhang Feng had been planning from the beginning. Once he set his foot here, everything would quickly unfold in the future, especially the perfume he brought from Chang'an. Currently, he had been tinkering with it along the way, and after 2 days of purification, he finally succeeded in blending it. However, in this era, there was no suitable preservation bottle, so Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, Zhang Feng had been having a headache over this problem. Today's trip, on one hand, Zhang Feng wanted to take the 2 girls out to relax, and on the other hand, he wanted to think of a way to solve the problem of the perfume storage. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, the only person who could do this was him, a transmigrator. As for what other people said, Zhang Feng really didn't know. "Prince Zhang, it's almost time for the poetry recital. Shall we go now?" At this moment, Jing Shu looked at Zhang Feng and asked. When Zhang Feng heard this, he looked at the sky and nodded. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go home first. I'll get you some good stuff." As he spoke, Zhang Feng had the woodcutter turn the boat around and row in the direction of his home. 2 hours later, Zhang Feng wore an exquisite fur coat and appeared with the 2 women in a place that looked very luxurious, but also revealed a scholarly atmosphere. This place was called Shizhai, and Zhang Feng was soundproof. This name. That's great. It was very suitable for these people. But after Zhang Feng appeared, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. No one knew who Zhang Feng was. A doorman couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Zhang Feng looked at Jing Shu in confusion. Jing Shu whispered in his ear, "This is the rule of every poetry recital. They are to prevent people from making trouble. And, in every poetry recital, there will be high-ranking officials and noble ladies choosing husbands here. There are even some clans that will choose some outstanding juniors here to be their hangers-on." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. No wonder it was like this. Zhang Feng glanced behind the curtain and said with a faint smile, "I don't have an invitation, but I heard that any scholar can go in. Is that true?" The doorman was confused. After hemming and hawing for a long time, he finally invited a person who looked like a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper seemed to have good eyesight. After seeing Zhang Feng and the other 2, as well as Gao Can and Jia Daoran behind him, his eyes instantly changed. He hurriedly led them out respectfully, So it's Prince Zhang who has come to visit. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not going out to meet you. At this moment, the doorman couldn't help but be shocked. Prince Zhang? Could it be? At this moment, after looking carefully at Zhang Feng, his face turned pale in an instant. Wasn't this the master who distributed the white paper in Yu province? The shopkeeper led Zhang Feng into the Shizhai. What entered his eyes were the famous works of the great literary masters. Once he entered the door, the walls on both sides of the passage were full of words, with the names of the great literary masters. Zhang Feng even saw the name of Mr. Bo Shi among them. He couldn't help but have a new understanding of this poetry club. It turned out that Yu Shinan had also participated in this Shizhai. It was really strange. Once he entered the door. After passing through 2 doorways, in an instant, a burst of noisy poetry recitation, as well as cheers, came to Zhang Feng's ears. Following that, there was a burst of music. At this moment, the shopkeeper smiled and said, Prince Zhang, the one who is showing his poetry talent on the stage is Lu Jianqing, one of the top 10 most famous scholars in Yu province. This person could recite 100 family names at the age of 3, and was proficient in poems and songs at the age of 10. He even read Confucian Scholar and Spring and Autumn maturely. He is the one who is most likely to become a Jinshi in next year's spring imperial examination. Moreover, this person is likely to become the son-in-law of the Wu family. Chapter 2144. In the shopkeeper's endless introduction, Zhang Feng and the other 2 finally entered the hall. The so-called poetry house was actually located in a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, all kinds of evergreen and flowering plants were planted, and then a circle of houses was built around it. The houses were from small to large, and finally at the top, a dome was made, and some exquisite pictures were painted on the dome. With such a combination, Yanran became the existence of a paradise. After the 3 of them came in, the shopkeeper guided them to their seats, and then quietly withdrew. Then, a maid came forward to guide Jingshu and the other 2 to the area where the women were. But at this moment, the arrival of Zhang Feng and the other 2 could be said to have attracted everyone's attention. On the one hand, the mysterious fragrance of Zhang Feng and the other 2, coupled with the beauty of Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, made everyone look at Zhang Feng with hostility. Isn't this Prince Zhang? I thought Prince Zhang wouldn't come to this kind of fun gathering of the younger generation. At this time, a familiar voice appeared at the poetry gathering. Zhang Feng turned around and saw the 2 women of the Zhao family, and 3 women wearing the same face scarf leisurely came. Under Zhao Yuer's reminder, everyone roughly guessed Zhang Feng's identity, and the hostility in their eyes became complicated. Today, Zhao Yuer was wearing a pink gauze dress, paired with a white fur coat, which made her look hazy and uniquely beautiful. But this must be put aside her crafty and willful personality. This woman's fierce reputation in Jiangnan, especially in Yuezhou, was enough to shake the world. Once, a man's words were frivolous. This woman directly attacked, and almost destroyed that man's family jewels. Since then, the Zhao family's twin beauties became the real Zhao family's twin beauties. At this moment, Zhao Yuer and the others also saw Jingshu and the other 2. Zhao Yuer narrowed her eyes and sized up Zhang Feng. Without waiting for him to speak, she snorted and greeted the 2 women. Zhao Ru'er hurriedly went forward and said, Prince Zhang, I'm in a bad mood today. I hope Prince Zhang won't blame me. Let me introduce to Prince Zhang. This is the Wu family's young lady, Wu Man heir. This is... At this moment, suddenly, someone at the door exclaimed, Oh my God, Yu Yuer is here. Yu Yuer is here too. Instantly, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but look at the door. He saw, in a cold wind, Yu Yuer, who was dressed in a red robe, slowly walked into the poetry house. This made all the men go crazy. Originally, Zhao Yuer was already devastatingly beautiful. She had a natural charm, especially those eyes of hers. No matter who looked at them, they would be deeply enraptured. It's Yu Yuer. Miss Yuer, I'm Sun Yu from Yangzhou. May I have the honor of having a drink with you? Miss Yuer. For a moment, the whole poetry house went crazy. Originally, they were all about the same in terms of beauty, each with their own merits. There was almost no difference between the top 10. However, at this moment, Yuchi Yuer's red robe instantly overshadowed everyone. Yuer glanced at Zhang Feng with some jealousy, then looked at Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao. She couldn't help but stomp her feet angrily and leave. Wu Man and the other two looked at Yuqi Yu, then at Zhao Yu, and then at Zhang Feng. They nodded and quietly left. Only a few ignorant officials clustered around Yuqi Yu. Zhang Feng wasn't stupid. How could he not know how much Yu missed him? Wasn't he the same? However, it wasn't that he didn't want to go find her, but that this really wasn't the right time to do so. At this moment, he had to stand firm. Otherwise, when the overwhelming news came, the Yu family would also be dragged into the abyss of suffering. However, now, Yuer's arrival was tantamount to telling everyone in the world that she was Zhang Feng's woman. What else did he have to worry about? After thinking it through, Zhang Feng opened his arms and stood in place. This action didn't matter in the future. However, in this era, it was enough to make anyone feel incredulous. This kind of action could only be done between husband and wife, or between close friends. However, if this was seen by the opposite sex, it would really cause a big problem. However, Zhang Feng didn't care. As for Yu, was she afraid? Not at all. She had waited for this day for a very long time. After hearing about the trouble Zhang Feng encountered in Yu province, she understood everything. The purpose of Zhang Feng's visit this time. However, she wasn't a weak woman. She didn't want to stay in Zhang Feng's arms. She wanted to tell everyone in the world that she was Zhang Feng's woman. The grievances, humiliation, and sullenness that she had suffered during this period of time instantly turned into thick tears that fell onto her cheeks. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was faster than the one before. In the end, Yuqi Yu directly plunged into Zhang Feng's arms. Feng, you're finally here. Yes, I'm here. Zhang Feng and Yuqi Yuer's bold embrace instantly imprisoned the entire study room. Everyone stared at Zhang Feng and Yuqi Yuer with wide eyes. Even the people in the private rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were staring at the two in shock. To them, this was like a bolt from the blue. This hug made all the people who were lusting after Yuqi Yuer's beauty go crazy. It was as if they were struck by lightning. Chapter 21:45. Everyone had heard that Yuqi Yuer had lost her virginity after a trip to the capital. They also heard that she had an ambiguous relationship with Zhang Feng from White Deer College. In everyone's impression, someone who was qualified to become a great Confucian scholar and open an academy under the imperial edict must have learned a lot to be valued by the emperor. No matter what, this person had to be at least 30 years old. Moreover, he had been studying in his mother's womb to achieve such achievements. However, when Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, it was not that no one doubted his identity, but they were all blinded by his age. Everyone unanimously felt that this Zhang Feng was not that Zhang Feng. However, this hug instantly made everyone understand. It turned out that this Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. Everyone was in an uproar. This was because the truth about Zhang Feng's identity was revealed in an instant. You're here. After the two hugged for a while, Jing Shu's voice interrupted them. Yuqi Yuer looked at the two women and blushed, which was rare. She pushed Zhang Feng away and ran away with the two women. Zhang Feng was stunned by the sight. However, he did not forget to secretly put a transparent glass word into her hand. Watching the three women whispering and walking to the 2nd floor where the women were, Zhang Feng withdrew his thoughts and sat in his seat. It was not until then that Zhang Feng noticed that pairs of eyes that could cut him into pieces were staring at him. He did not know what they were thinking. However, Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable all over. He finally understood what the ancients meant when they said that there was a thorn in one's back. However, on second thought, those were Lao Tzu's women. What's wrong with Lao Tzu hugging them? What's wrong? With that thought, Zhang Feng calmly drank his wine and looked at the crowd. This caused everyone to be instantly enraged. Prince Zhang. You're that Prince Zhang from the capital? I wonder if Prince Zhang knows someone with the same name as Prince Zhang. He's the dean of White Deer College. At this moment, the young man who recited the poem on the stage slowly sat opposite Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at that person and realized that there was a group of people staring at him from behind. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and understood. This person had obviously found a master, which meant that he had become a follower of a great clan. He wanted to test the waters for his master. Zhang Feng calmly cupped his fists and said, "May I ask, which clan's young master?" This question instantly made that person's face turn red. However, that person seemed to be asked this question often. He coughed and said, "This humble one's surname is Lu, and his courtesy name is Shuheng." Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "So it's Brother Lu. May I know why Brother Lu is looking for me?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind young Master Zhang that using someone else's name without permission is the most shameful thing. Moreover, young lady Yu is so noble that she's not someone you can taint. Do you understand?" Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. However, he held back his laughter and nodded. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lu. However, Yu is Zhang Feng's woman. Why can't I touch her? Moreover, Lao Tzu has never changed his name. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in Lao Tzu's business?" Boom. In an instant, Zhang Feng's voice made everyone go into an uproar. Obviously, when they came to Jiangnan, Zhang Feng had a good temper. They really thought that Zhang Feng was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng showed a fierce aura that made many people tremble in fear. Domineering. This was what it meant to be arrogant, domineering, and overbearing. The most frightening thing was that it made everyone speechless for a short time. At this moment, there were even exclamations from the women on the second floor. They seemed to have been dormant by Zhang Feng's tone and tough attitude. Even Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at him with her beautiful eyes. This guy is not bad. He's a man. However, he can't be a man. It's easy to die young. Some big shots also commented on Zhang Feng at this moment. Yuqi Yuer was holding Jingshu's and Zhang Yuyao's hands at this moment. She couldn't stop trembling. She looked at Zhang Feng with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her impulse at that time was really worth it. When she went to Chang'an, her original intention was to indulge. She had seen through all the men in the world. However, after dating Zhang Feng, she slowly developed an indescribable feeling for this mysterious man. In the end, when she learned that she had to go home, she couldn't hold back. As a woman from an aristocratic family, she was almost always a sacrifice for her family's marriage alliance. If she left something behind before she left, at least she wouldn't have any regrets for the rest of her life. However, she never expected that Zhang Feng would also have feelings for her. It was just that he hid it very deeply and seemed to have some misgivings. However, when she found out that he came to Jiangnan and sent people to secretly protect her, she knew that this man really cared about her. However, when she found out that Zhang Feng was coming a few days ago, she didn't care about anything else. He was coming. Her husband was coming. Just now, in Zhang Feng's arms, all the grievances she had suffered these days dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Feng said these words in front of all the officials in Jiangnan. He was undoubtedly telling everyone that she, Yuqi or no Yu was Zhang Feng's woman in this life. This was enough. Chapter 2146. However, for the entire poetry house, this was simply an unimaginable existence. Everyone looked at the two people who were hugging each other in broad daylight in disbelief. What kind of scandal was this? In an instant, those who had long coveted Yuqi Yuer were furious. What kind of scandal is this? What kind of scandal is this? This is the study room. This is a dignified place for reading poems and essays. How can it tolerate such an act that stains the eyes and insults the saints? Yes, this kind of thing shouldn't happen here. Men, chase him out for me. He's a disgrace to the refined, an insult to the immortals. Jealous voices sounded in every corner of the study room. But if one listened carefully, one wouldn't know who was scolding him. But it didn't matter to Zhang Feng. In the future such things were common. It was simply too normal to be jealous of a public display of affection. But for Yu, after waking up at this moment, she instantly felt her cheeks blushing. She had thought about this kind of thing a lot, but when she woke up at this moment, she was instantly at a loss like a frightened rabbit. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help stroking Yu's cheek and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid, but it's too embarrassing. I'm going to find Sister Jingshu first." She ran away as soon as she saw Yuqi Yu. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face was a little flushed. Listening to the discussions and the exclamations of admiration from the women, Zhang Feng coughed and continued to drink tea with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. But this infuriated the person who had just spoken. At this moment, a young master came forward and sat next to him, scolding angrily. Zhang Feng, you still have the nerve to sit here? Don't you think it's inappropriate? Zhang Feng glanced at the man in confusion and asked, I'm reuniting with my wife after a long separation. Did I disturb you? That person's face turned green as if he had eaten a green fly. He chuckled for a long time before he said, You're really shameless. This is a place for scholars. Moreover, you're not engaged. You're shameless. Just as that person was about to give up, another young man wearing a black robe slowly stepped forward. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Prince Zhang, this one has 3 questions. I wonder if Prince Zhang can resolve them for me? Zhang Feng squinted his eyes slightly. This person did have some background. He should be from the Wu family. Zhang Feng cupped his fists in response. When that person saw this, he said bluntly, Prince Zhang, we heard that when Prince Zhang was in the capital, he was drunk on Shao Mountain one night and wrote 100 poems. However, there is one poem that puzzles us the most. We hope that Prince Zhang can explain it to us. Don't you see that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky and rushes to the sea and never returns? May I ask which river is this Yellow River? I have traveled throughout the Tang dynasty, but I have never seen or heard that the river is called the Yellow River. And this sentence, Wu Mountain. May I ask Prince Zhang, which mountain is Wu Mountain? After a series of questions, Zhang Feng finally understood. He was careless. Back then, when he was reading these poems aloud, he really didn't think of these problems. He thought that no one would hold on to these things. Back then, in Shao Mountain, these things were later treated as treasures by Old Li and the others. How could he know that it would spread out so quickly? At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng didn't answer, that person couldn't help but become more arrogant. He scolded, I have heard that Zhang Feng is the youngest great scholar of the Tang dynasty and the dean of White Deer College. We are all guessing who Zhang Feng is and what kind of immortal he is. But I really didn't expect that it would be someone like you. If you don't even know the place in the poem you wrote, then may I ask, who are you? Today, in front of all the talents in Jiangnan, if you can't give us a reason, then we will send you to the yamen and let you, a person who deceives the world and gains fame, have no chance to rise again. Was he trying to force him? No wonder he was from the Wu family. This kind of thing, only people from these big families could think of it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think highly of this person. This was originally his specialty, but after coming to Jiangnan, he found that these people learned really fast. From public opinion to public opinion now, this kind of thing. Amazing. However, Zhang Feng was really not afraid of anyone. Not to mention these people. Having lived 2 lives, in addition to the understanding and knowledge he had in the future, not to mention him alone, even if all the people here added together, Zhang Feng would not be afraid. This young master, after talking for so long, you just want to say that my poem was copied? Or you want to say that I am an imposter? Hearing this, that person revealed a gentle smile on his face and said politely, Prince Zhang, I don't have such a sinister intention. I am just expressing a question in everyone's heart. As we all know, we are scholars. We read the books of the sages. We never do things that are unscrupulous, and we never do things that the merchants in the marketplace do. But since young Master Zhang came to Jiangnan, we've heard a lot about young Master Zhang. From flirting with a young lady of the Zhao family to having a conflict with young Master Gao of the Gao family, may I ask, which of these are things that scholars like us would do? Chapter 2147. Hearing this, all the scholars and womenfolk present nodded their heads in agreement. Even Zhang Yuyao and the other 2 girls did not look too good. Zhang Feng could not help but laugh. The saints have taught us that scholars like us study the books of the saints. What we do is to benefit the people. I'm sure you all know what happened in Jiangnan over the past few days. It was all because of Mr. Gao's narrow-mindedness and arrogance. As for Miss Zhao, as Zhang Feng spoke, he could not help but glance at Zhao Yu on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhao Yu was glaring fiercely at Zhang Feng, as if to say that if Zhang Feng dared to say anything, she would fight Zhang Feng to the death. Zhang Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. If he were to say that he had touched her but that day, then it would definitely be a fight to the death. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. He asked, Sir, let's not pretend to be polite. Just say it, what do you want? And I don't have time to play with you here. Wu Liuji was trembling all over. He was clearly talking about serious matters with Zhang Feng, but he did not expect that not only did this guy not appreciate it, but he also said that he was waiting for someone to play with him? What was this? This was a slap to their faces. Wu Liuji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Zhang Feng with bloodshot eyes. Okay. Since Prince Zhang wants to talk about serious matters, then let's talk about serious matters. Prince Zhang, let's talk about the content of the poem. It just so happens that I invited a big shot today. As he spoke, Wu Liuji bowed to the third floor and said, Mr. Yushan, I've heard that you and Zhang Feng had a poetry competition during the Mid-Autumn Festival in Chang'an. You're also a big shot in the literary world. I invited you today because I can't bear to see bad people disgrace the way of the saints. I hope Mr. Yushan won't blame me. Mr. Yushan? Zhang Feng was stunned. He could not react. He had thought about who these people might invite, but he never thought that they would invite Mr. Yushan. When he was in Chang'an, he had met this Master Yushan twice. He had the intention to rope in this great scholar of the Chui clan from Clear River City, yet he'd never been able to find an opportunity. Never had he imagined that this great scholar would actually come knocking on his door today. Zhang Feng had never thought about whether or not his identity would be exposed. As for being exposed, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid of being exposed. Now that he had a foundation in what he was about to do here, even if he was exposed, it also saved him a lot of trouble. He could take these students under his wing. Although these guys didn't have the ability to do anything, their ability to spread rumors was top-notch. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt relieved. He smiled and looked at the third floor. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on the third floor. This study room wasn't famous. There were at least 800 such study rooms in Jiangnan. However, this study room was more popular than others. One of the reasons was because of the name of Yu Shernan. The great scholar of the present age, Li Shimon's favorite, had been to the study room. Which student didn't want to pay respect to him? However, at this moment there was a great scholar here. What did this mean to all the students in the study room? This was simply a fatal attraction. Under the expectant gaze of all the students, the door of a room on the third floor was pushed open by two maids in green clothes. The next moment, a white-haired but extremely energetic old man appeared on the railing of the third floor. As soon as he appeared, all the students and officials were in an uproar. However, Mr. Yushan didn't pay attention to everyone. He didn't even look at the young master of the Wu family who invited him. Instead, he glanced at Zhang Feng in confusion. However, when he saw Zhang Feng looking at him with a calm gaze, he couldn't help but be enlightened. What kind of trick was this little guy up to again? He had talked to Zhang Feng twice and had inquired about Zhang Feng before. He had some understanding of Zhang Feng's personality, especially what happened in the Shao Mountain Market at that time, as well as killing the old big family in Guangzhou and Chong, and out of anger for a student, this was unprecedented even in history. However, he did it. Moreover, it made all the students in the world clap their hands in joy. If he wasn't a talent, who would dare to do it so ostentatiously? Moreover, after the event, he personally wore mourning clothes and sent the students home. This spirit and courage made Mr. Yushan admire him. This was a kind of appreciation purely based on knowledge, excluding political background, family, and other factors. At this moment, who didn't know that Zhang Feng had come to Jiangnan? However, who would have thought that the great scholar of a generation, the dean of White Deer College, would come to participate in this kind of small matter? This time, Mr. Yushan had come to Yuezhou to visit Zhang Feng and ask if he could ease the relationship between the two sides. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng pretend not to know him, Mr. Yushan instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. He didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and said to all the students and officials, "The old man came this time only to witness this Prince Zhang's work. As for your grudges, the old man will not participate." Seeing this, Wu Liuji couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yushan, rumor has it that in Chang'an you and Zhang Feng competed in poetry. Is this true?" Chapter 2148. Yes. Mr. Yushan answered truthfully. Seeing this, Wu Liuji hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yushan, is it this person?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the study room quieted down. The only people who were not worried were Zhang Yuyao and the other girls. Even Wu Man who was on the second floor, looked at Yu and the other girls, especially Zhao Yu. She didn't see a trace of nervousness in them. What did this mean? This meant that Zhang Feng was really that Zhang Feng? This incredible idea made Wu Man feel uncomfortable. She really couldn't figure out why he didn't use this name if he was really a great scholar. Why did he participate in such a poetry competition? At this moment, everyone looked at Mr. Yushan. Just when Mr. Yushan didn't know how to answer, Zhang Feng knocked on the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Mr. Wu, right? Since it's a poetry competition, why don't we have a fair one? And this kind of thing, isn't it obvious? If Mr. Yushan knows me, why didn't you say hello?" Yes. Prince Zhang is right. Old Man also said that today we are only here to witness the poetry competition, nothing else. Mr. Yushan sighed when he heard Zhang Feng's words. He could only follow his meaning. Moreover, he had also studied Zhang Feng's poems and even made annotations for Zhang Feng's poems. But he didn't know where Zhang Feng's poems were. But he couldn't bring himself to ask Zhang Feng the truth. This was also an opportunity. Seeing that Mr. Yushan had said so, Wu Liuji couldn't say anything. He could only say, "Since Mr. Yushan has said so, then please tell me, where is the Yellow River in Wushan in Zhang Feng's poem?" The Yellow River is the big river where the 8 rivers in Chang'an converge. It is also the big Yellow River that passes through Luozhou and connects to the Zhanghuai area. So I call it the Yellow River. May I ask why not? This. In an instant, everyone who had read Zhang Feng's poems suddenly understood. The Yellow River. In this era, it was only called a big Yellow River. It didn't have a real name. As for the Yangtze River, it was also called the Great River in this era. The Great River and the Great River were the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. However, at this moment, after Zhang Feng's explanation, everyone finally understood most of the places in Zhang Feng's poem. So that's how it was. However, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? She didn't even say anything, but you actually added annotations to her poem? Although most people vaguely felt that Zhang Feng should be that Zhang Feng, there were too many doubts in their hearts. At this moment, they were all asking about the things in Zhang Feng's poem that they were confused about. Instead, Wu Liuji was squeezed so tightly that he didn't have time to interrupt. He could only yell anxiously. However, not many people paid him any attention. Every one of Zhang Feng's poems could be said to be unique. There weren't many opportunities like this. Almost as soon as Zhang Feng's poem spread to Jiangnan, the imperial officials in Jiangnan had to buy a manuscript even if they had to spend all their fortune. Only in this way could they show their identity. However, there were many things that they didn't understand that puzzled everyone. At this moment, almost everyone had already confirmed Zhang Feng's identity. However, the more it was so, the greater the shock in everyone's hearts. Especially Wu Liuji. The greater the shock in his heart, the more doubts he had. Why didn't Zhang Feng come to Jiangnan with the identity of a great scholar at the beginning? Why was his age so young? Why was he so? A series of questions made Wu Liuji dumbfounded at this moment. He stared blankly at Zhang Feng, who answered calmly and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he found a problem. That was, although Zhang Feng answered smoothly, he came from Chang'an. He should know more about Chang'an and Zhang Feng's many poems than them. Moreover, he dared to come here today, which meant that he already knew from the beginning that these things would happen. So, he had planned from the beginning. All these were arranged in advance. At the thought of this, Wu Liuji's mood instantly became better. He turned out to be the same as them. He also had some understanding of Zhang Feng's poems in advance. This was easy to handle. Thinking of this, Wu Liuji shouted, "Although what you said is very good, these things all happened after Zhang Feng's poems spread out. As long as one makes some annotations on his own ideas, it can almost be passed off as true. Moreover, this person came from Chang'an. Since he dared to do these things before Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, it means that he has a conspiracy. Moreover, Chang'an is under the emperor's rule and in front of White Deer College. Naturally, there are more chances to know poems and see Zhang Feng, so I think this person's intention is to be punished. He is a fake." In an instant, Wu Liuji's voice made all the people who were puzzled become confused. Even Mr. Yushan was stunned for a moment. But when he wanted to say something, he gave up when he saw that almost everyone had the same attitude. After all, Zhang Feng could even handle the emperor. These small fries should not be a problem for Zhang Feng. Moreover, He also wanted to know what else this kid knew. On a whim, he said, "Since this young master thinks that Zhang Feng is a fake, then Prince Zhang and Old Man have a fair way. What do you think?" Chapter 2149. Instantly, all the officials nodded their heads. It was good that a great scholar was here. Mr. Yushan is right. We will listen to Mr. Yushan. Moreover, I am also puzzled. This kid looks younger than us. How can he be so talented? How did he come up with so many amazing works? And he came up with more than 100 poems. In the midst of the discussion, everyone began to suspect that Zhang Feng was here. Especially Wu Liuji. He was looking at Zhang Feng with joy. However, Zhang Feng did not care. He could remember most of the poems from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. There was no benefit in transmigrating, but his memory was good. The things that he couldn't remember clearly in the past were now etched into his mind like they were carved by a knife and an axe. He did not know if it was because the system felt that he was a scam. Speaking of the system, Zhang Feng had the urge to curse. What happened to half a year? How long has it been? Why is there no fart until now? Zhang Feng had a headache. If he had the system, he would probably be on vacation in Hawaii. In this era, there was no system. He had to create everything by himself. This was simply torture. Moreover, he could only use the combination of earth and sea to barely create it. If he had the system, it would not be so troublesome. Zhang Feng shook his head, feeling a little displeased. This was especially so when he saw this group of people shouting and yelling here. Good. Since that is the case, who dares to compete with me? Or should I compete with all of you? Wow. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. One person to compete with everyone? There were at least 100 talents here. He dared to compete with so many people? Where did he get the courage? Seeing this, Wu Liuji hurriedly shouted, "Okay. Since you dare, let's have a proper duel with Mr. Yushan as our witness. However, there are rules as well. Because we have heard of most of your poems, and Mr. Yushan has also heard of your poems. How about this? Let's ask Mr. Yushan to tell us the specifics of the duel." In the next moment, everyone could not help but look at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng, then stroked his beard and said, "White Deer College had sent an invitation to Old Man to teach at White Deer College." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone knew about Mr. Yushan and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had a poetry competition with Mr. Yushan at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, and Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted. Mr. Yushan at this time? Isn't this a joke? However, Mr. Yushan's next words made everyone's hair stand on end. But at that time, Mr. Bo Sure sent me Zhang Feng's complete poetry collection. It was also because of this collection that I was busy annotating it, so I didn't go there temporarily. What? Mr. Yushan, you have Mr. Xian's complete poetry collection? Everyone was in an uproar. Zhang Feng's courtesy name was Mr. Xian, and it came from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. One of Zhang Feng's poems was sold for a high price of 300,000 strings of string of cash in Jiangnan. Moreover, it was priceless. Who could remain calm when they heard that Mr. Yushan had the complete poetry collection? Mr. Yushan didn't seem to think that his words would cause such a huge uproar. He hurriedly said, "I won't give Xian's poem to anyone without his permission and before this old man has finished his annotations. This will all depend on Mr. Xian's wishes." Mr. Yushan did not forget to take a look at Zhang Feng while he was speaking. Zhang Feng touched his nose and turned to ask Wu Liuji, who was beside him with a burning face, "Mr. Wu, is Mr. Xian's poem very valuable?" Valuable? Wu Liuji looked at Zhang Feng with infinite disdain and said, "Vulgar. Prince Zhang, no, Mr. Xian's poem can't be measured by such vulgar money." Vulgar, simply vulgar. Now I believe that you are not Zhang Feng at all. Wu Liuji's words made Zhang Feng's face turn red. At this moment, most people heard his voice. They looked at Zhang Feng and could not help but look at him with disdain. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he coughed and said, "Since today's matter has come to this, why don't we use Jiangnan as the name and have everyone recite a poem? Then, everyone will decide whose poem is the best." As soon as he said that, in an instant, Wu Liuji clapped his hands in agreement. At first, he was a little afraid that Zhang Feng might be that Zhang Feng, but now that he saw Zhang Feng's face, he could not help but feel relieved. This guy was simply a fake. He was a fake. Since Mr. Yushan has said so, then I have no objection. I just don't know if this Mr. dares to? Why don't we do it this way? I'll take a step back for this dear brother. Everyone here will recite a poem, and then let this dear brother give his comments. Finally, we'll let him come up with a poem that surpasses everyone else's. This was obviously looking down on Zhang Feng. Everyone could see this, and this move seemed to be intentional. This caused Zhang Feng to be somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be played like this? Who gave him the courage to do this? Could it be that he said something that he should not have said just now? Chapter 2150. At this moment, without waiting for him to object, Wu Liuji had already begun. Since Prince Zhang didn't answer, perhaps he acquiesced. In that case, I'll make a fool of myself. The wind and rain set, the sun remembers my yearning, the small bridge and the flowing water in the shampoo. What can I do about the thousands of weeping willows on the shore? I'm yearning in the misty rain. Good. As the poem ended, in an instant, all the officials clapped their hands and cheered. Even Master Yushan nodded repeatedly. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. Could this be called a damn poem? It was all a pile of words, but it didn't say anything. It was like someone excitedly telling you that this matter was very interesting, but after talking for at least an hour, he didn't say anything practical. And he didn't even know what was so good about this matter. Could this be called a poem? Before Zhang Feng could speak, someone else got up to write a poem. One after another. Zhang Feng listened with a big headache. Even the smile on Master Yushan's face gradually became forced. In the end, he just looked at a book in his hand expressionlessly. Instead, he was reading with great interest. But these people didn't care. They thought that Master Yushan had taken a fancy to their talent and was copying their poems. My God, this is called a poem? At this moment, at the door of the poetry house, Hao Chu-jun and the others were dumbfounded as they listened to the poems inside. Not to mention others, one or two poems that they casually took out would at least be much better than this, right? Were these the talents of Jiangnan? Were these the common talents of Jiangnan? At this moment, the shopkeeper who was guarding at the side seemed to have heard Hao Chu-jun's words. He shook his head and sighed. This young master is not. In fact, those who can participate in the poetry house are almost all those who are eager to show off and then want to become the hangers-on of others. As for the talents, almost all of them will be the hangers-on of those big families when they become slightly famous. Why would they participate in this kind of playful situation? Hao Chu-jun was shocked when he heard this. He also felt relieved. Officials and literati were very proud and aloof. Weren't Lai Ji and the others the same? There was also a poetry house in Luo State City, but they refused to go there. If they went, they would have to spend money. A pot of tea and a seat would cost at least dozens of copper coins. But in their poverty, who would have that kind of money? Although their talents were outstanding, they didn't want to become someone's hanger-on. It was only when their teacher opened White Deer College that they saw hope. In comparison, this kind of thing should have happened in many places. Especially in the past few days, they had seen many poor students. Some people offered a high price to buy the white paper in their hands, but they would rather starve until they passed out than sell it. What is this? To them, this was not only a matter of face, but it was also very precious. Before the appearance of Paper Blank, everyone was talking about knowledge. What was there to talk about? It was about cars. For example, how many carriages of books did each family have? Who had annotated each person's novel? Xian paper was an unattainable existence for ordinary people. Most people were still using bamboo slips or tree barks to record and to go to school. It could be seen that this poetry house wasn't a place for ordinary people. You either had to be famous and let those rich families know your name, or you had to go to the school to seek help. Or you had to rely on your own efforts. As for such an extravagant poetry house competition, although everyone yearned for it, those without money could only watch. So at this moment, at the entrance of the poetry house, there was already a large number of students in robes who were eagerly listening. Then those who heard would share the news. It was a pleasure to see. Hao Chu-jun had thought of paying more than once to let these people in, because he knew that these people might not be able to enter even if they were poor for their whole lives. But rules were rules. He didn't dare to break them, unless it was his teacher. Thinking of Zhang Feng, Hao Chu-jun's thoughts quickly changed. At this moment, There were already many people who had gone up. Other than the young master of the Wu family, there was the person called Xu Hang who had found fault with his teacher at the beginning. At this moment, that person seemed to have become the finale. At this moment, he pretended to be an intoxicated Mo Yen. On one hand, he closed his eyes and waved the folding fan in his hand. After a while, he slightly frowned and asked the poet where the problem was. Just like that, an hour passed. Most of the people in the field had already made poems. Even the female family members stood out to make poems. This inevitably attracted Zhang Feng's attention, especially a woman wearing a bamboo hat. Just by listening to her voice, it gave people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. Her poems had a similar feeling to Li Qingzhao's. In comparison, Zhang Feng believed that the so-called talents of these so-called scholars were not half as talented as this woman. Even Zhang Feng had an illusion that if not for those poems in his memory, he would probably be defeated by this woman today. At this moment, all the scholars and officials took out the poems that they felt were good. It could also be said that they had specially prepared for this poetry competition. At this moment, everyone looked at the person with the surname Lu on the high platform. At this moment, that person, under the guidance of the people beside him, then pretended to stand up. He looked around and said, "Are you all done? If so, I will embarrass myself." Chapter 2151. Zhang Feng heard this. He couldn't help but perk up. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the shopkeeper praising him. At this moment, everyone's eyes became crazy and admiring. He could tell that this person seemed to have some real ability. At this moment, not only Zhang Feng, but even Mr. Yushan also looked at the person surnamed Lu. The person surnamed Lu was somewhat of a scholar. He didn't know how talented he was, but he grasped the posture of a scholar to the peak. In Zhang Feng's memory, even Yu Shernan and the others didn't have such a big posture. The guy named Xu Hang closed his eyes and paced on the ground for a long time. Then, he waved the folding fan in his hand in the wind. It seemed that he was brewing something. After a while, when Zhang Feng was a little confused by his posture and was about to doze off, the person surnamed Lu exclaimed. Instantly, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over Zhang Feng's body. On the other hand, Mr. Yushan frowned slightly at this moment. However, the scholars and women were looking at him with shining faces at this moment. It seemed that this person's posture was very attractive. This made Zhang Feng extremely speechless. The night rain in Jiangnan fell on the lotus, the jade beads fell on the emerald plate, the blue waves rocked the boat in the flower field. I'm afraid that the waves would startle a swan. After the poem was finished, the entire poetry house fell into a short silence. The person surnamed Lu seemed to have been immersed in it. He closed his eyes and made an expression of enjoyment. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel soundproof. That's it? How dare he pretend to be ignorant? Oh my god! Who the F***ck are these people? However, just when Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to say something, in an instant, the entire poetry house burst into a burst of earth-shattering cheers. At this moment, the scholars and women were all cheering. How is it, Prince Zhang? What's the meaning of this poem? At this moment, the man with the surname Lu came to Zhang Feng's side and clasped his hands together. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked arrogantly. Zhang Feng originally didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, but at this moment, he actually offered his face to be slapped. With Zhang Feng's bad temper, how could he be spoiled? Poem. Not bad. It's gorgeous enough. However, it's all a pile of words. Let me ask you, what is this poem trying to express? I really can't tell what you're trying to express with this poem. In the beginning, it seemed like it was expressing the loneliness of a lonely night roamer, but that's clearly not the case with the last two lines. What you're trying to express at the end is an otherworldly feeling of not wanting to disturb anyone. Zhang Feng looked at the man surnamed Lu and said with a playful smile, I think this poem was written when young Master Lu was unhappy in his life, right? But why are you behaving like this now? Zhang Feng did not finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he was trying to express. After all, everyone knew that Lu Shuheng had become a disciple of the Wu family. It was not surprising for him to behave like this now. Lu Shuheng's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. All he could do was point at Zhang Feng for a long time. In the end, he could only ask Wu Liuji for help. Wu Liuji also scolded with an ugly expression. You surnamed Zhang, don't think you have a glib tongue. It's fine if you say my poem is a pile of words, but this poem was once affirmed by a great figure. How dare you comment on it? When Zhang Feng heard that, he immediately made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Yushan is here. Let's ask. Zhang Feng's exaggerated way of doing things made Wu Liuji somewhat unable to figure it out. But after all, a knife was on his neck now. He had no choice but to ask. Lu Shuheng hurriedly clasped his hands and asked, Mr. Yushan, can you give me some pointers? This. How could Mr. Yushan not know that this poem was fake? Presumably, the previous people didn't say it out of respect. At this time, this kid pushed this matter to him. It was really impossible to hide even if he wanted to. Ahem. This poem is all right. The phrasing is very elegant. If the two meanings could be combined, it would be perfect. Buzz. This was simply like a bolt from the blue. Although Mr. Yushan didn't say it clearly, the meaning was already there. Wasn't this the same as what Zhang Feng said? At this time, Lu Shuheng and Wu Liuji couldn't hold their faces anymore. Looking at the students who were talking about it, their faces turned red. Zhang Feng, if you have the ability, you come. Who doesn't know how to talk? You come. Lu Shuheng seemed to have gone crazy. There was no longer the gentleness just now. His face was full of ferocity. Zhang Feng didn't expect this guy to fall out with him so quickly. But at this moment, looking at the whole Shizhai people, who were looking at him with dissatisfaction, he couldn't help but explode. So this truth can't be said? What kind of stupid poem is this? Damn it. This is intolerable. If that's the case then, all of you better open your ears and listen carefully. Zhang Feng was also angry. It really brought out the feeling of a tiger falling from the sky. But this was also his original intention to come here. He just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to break out of today's situation. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Chapter 2152. In fact, when Mr. Yushan said that he wanted to write a poem named Jiangnan, he had already thought about it. At this moment, Zhang Feng did not delay it. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's expression changed. He stood up and said loudly, Jiangnan can pick lotus, where the lotus leaves are, fish play between the lotus leaves, fish play between the lotus leaves in the east, fish play between the lotus leaves in the west, fish play between the lotus leaves in the south, fish play between the lotus leaves in the north. As soon as the poem was finished, almost everyone was stunned. This was called a poem? However, when everyone read it, they were shocked to find that in this simple poem, they found a problem, and that was that they could think of a picture in an instant. A picture of fish playing between the lotus leaves in a fish pond. Everyone was aghast. It seemed like a simple poem, but upon closer inspection, it gave off a refreshing and refined feeling. This poem. In an instant, Wu Liuji and Lu Shuheng were stunned. They wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, they could not think of any words. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, this poem does not mention Jiangnan, why don't I write another one?" This poem was written by an unknown poet in the Han Dynasty. When Zhang Feng was on the mountain, he had read the ancient books and did not find this person in this poem, so he copied it. However, this was after all a poem about Jiangnan. At this moment, he was in Jiangnan, so Zhang Feng was not sure when someone knew this poem. At this moment, Zhang Feng also thought of a poem. That was by Juyi's 3 poems recalling Jiangnan. This was the most recent poem to describe Jiangnan. Jiangnan is good, the scenery is old, the sunrise is redder than fire, the spring water is green like blue. How can I not recall Jiangnan? Jiangnan recalls, the most memorable is Hangzhou, mountain temple looking for osmanthus in the moon, Junting lying on the pillow watching the tide, when will I visit again? Jiangnan recalls, the second is Wu Palace, Wu wine with a cup of spring bamboo leaves, Wu children dancing drunk hibiscus, sooner or later we will meet again. This poem was a poem that Zhang Feng felt was not bad at the moment. After all, in his memory, there were very few poems that specifically described Jiangnan. From the moment Zhang Feng started to recite the 2 poems, it took less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The meaning of each poem stunned everyone. The first poem might be a little shallow, but it perfectly explained the unique beauty of Jiangnan's water towns. What about the second song? Instantly, everyone had fallen into a trap. Everyone picked up a pen and paper and began to record Zhang Feng's 2 poems. At the same time, some people instantly thought of Zhang Feng's identity. Could he be that Zhang Feng? The sudden words made everyone come to their senses. That's right, if it wasn't Zhang Feng, who would be able to speak so eloquently? Who could compose such a good poem in such a short time? At this moment, Wu Liuji was stunned. Originally, he wanted to use the first poem to make a fuss, but when the second poem came out, he couldn't find any problems. At this moment, everyone finally realized the crux of the problem. Everyone thought of one thing. That is, this person must be the youngest Confucian of this generation, the dean of White Deer College. But, isn't this age a little too young? Prince Zhang, can you come up for a chat? At this moment, Mr. Yushan sighed and called out leisurely. This shout seemed to be an acknowledgement of Zhang Feng's identity, which made everyone dumbfounded. Young Master Zhang? He is Mr. He Xian? Yes, if it wasn't Mr. He Xian, who would dare to impersonate someone else and deceive the provincial governor? That's right, although the provincial governor is unreliable, he has the ability to judge people. How can the provincial governor personally follow someone else? At this moment, everyone instantly knew Zhang Feng's identity and couldn't help but be in an uproar. And Zhang Feng also knew that it was impossible for him to stay here at this moment, so he hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted everyone, then went up to the 3rd floor. Sister Yu, is he really Zhang Feng? At this moment, on the 2nd floor where the women were, all the women went crazy. All of the women were infatuated with Zhang Feng's poems. Especially Zhang Feng's A Dream Writ, which caused all the women in Jiangnan to be infatuated with it. Do you know should be green fat, red thin? Last night the rain was thin and the wind was strong, sleep did not dispel the wine. Is he really Zhang Feng? Miss Yu, say something. At this moment, Zhao Yu was surrounded by everyone, because 2 days ago, Zhang Feng had a long talk with her in the store, and everyone in the Yuezhou prefecture knew about it. This was also the reason why everyone began to doubt and feel jealous. But at this moment, Zhang Feng's identity, Mr. Yushan's vague words, and the polite invitation of Mr. Yushan and Zhang Feng, as well as the 2 poems, how could they not believe that he was Zhang Feng? Especially at this moment, Wu Man and the other women who were surrounding Zhao Yu their faces were full of expectation, but the more they were so, the more Zhao Yu's face turned ugly. At this moment she stomped her feet angrily and said, "Don't ask me, ask you, she is that bastard's woman." While speaking, Zhao Yu angrily left as if she was angry. She left the crowd below to look at her. Chapter 2153. On the other side, Zhang Feng brought the 3 women to Mr. Yushan's guest room. The guest room was not simple. Every room here was very exquisite, especially in terms of the materials used. Almost all of them were made of the most precious sandalwood. In the room, there was a huge bookshelf that displayed the ancient books and rare books that had been collected by the poetry house since ancient times. There were even a lot of unique books. There was a huge study room and a bed in it. That was all. It seemed that this place was very thoughtful, or perhaps it was originally prepared for a great scholar. As soon as they entered the room, Mr. Yushan smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. He Xian, what are you playing at?" When the old man learned that Mr. He Xian had come to Jiangnan, he was still a little uncertain. Coincidentally, he was invited to the poetry house and wanted to find a few seedlings, so he came to see which daring person dared to impersonate Mr. He Xian. "I didn't expect it to really be you." Zhang Feng saluted and said, "Mr. Yushan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are well?" After Yuer and the other 2 women saluted Mr. Yushan narrowed his eyes and said, "As expected of Mr. He Xian, you came to Jiangnan in anger for a woman. This kind of courage is really rare." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "If I didn't have the courage of a man, then wouldn't I be the same as Mr. Yushan?" The 2 of them laughed loudly. Then Mr. Yushan asked, "Little Zhang, what are your plans for coming to Jiangnan this time?" "This time, I heard that people in the clan want to deal with you." Zhang Feng heard this. Although he already knew about this, and he came here to do the same thing, he was hindered by Mr. Yushan's identity. He was still thinking about how to win him over, but now that he heard Mr. Yushan tell him this in person, he still felt a little incredulous. But after thinking about it, Zhang Feng still attributed it to the appreciation between Taoist scholars. Alas! Zhang Feng sighed and took out a pack of cigarettes. He wanted to hand it to Mr. Yushan, but when he saw Mr. Yushan staring at the pack, he couldn't help but hand it to Mr. Yushan and said, "Mr. Yushan, to be honest, this time I came to Jiangnan with this plan in mind." Mr. Yushan placed Zhang Feng's cigarette case into his bosom. Then, he took out a bamboo tube and took out an old man's cigarette. He lit it on the oil lamp and began to smoke with great enjoyment. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. "Mr. Yushan, your cigarette." Mr. Yushan pursed his lips and said, "About that? When I left Shao Mountain, Mr. Zihuai gave it to me. This thing is strong enough, and its effect is excellent. It's just that I don't have much left." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was not courting death. This was waiting for death. The old scholar should have invited him, but he didn't agree to go to the academy. So the old scholar, "Mr. Yushan, don't smoke too much. It's not good for your health. If you like it, I'll have someone send you a fixed amount of cigarettes every month." Mr. Yushan shook his head and said with a smile, "I know what you mean. Although this thing has an excellent effect of refreshing the mind, it's harmful to the body. You said this at the beginning, and Dr. Sun also told the old man, but the old man didn't think so. Life is in a trance for only a few decades. If you don't live a little more freely, then what's the point of living?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be silent. Mr. Yushan was right. At the beginning he was also like this. Everything was based on his own preferences. But later, things went in the direction that he had to be busy. But, did he follow his heart? Was he really happy? Zhang Feng couldn't help but envy Mr. Yushan. He clasped his fists and said nothing. Mr. Yushan was very open-minded. Seeing Zhang Feng understood, he laughed and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do in Jiangnan this time? If you want to open an academy here, I'm very much in favor of it. Do you know how many poor scholars are watching outside the study room at this moment?" Zhang Feng was stunned. "Isn't this poetry house for all the officials?" "Why?" The vanguard didn't believe it and opened the window of the room. In an instant, he looked out of the window and saw the sea of people outside the poetry house. There were at least 10 times more people outside than inside, and all of them were dressed in rags. They all came from poor families. At this moment, some people in clan clothes were picking and choosing in the crowd, as if they were looking for goods. Mr. Yushan said, "Now you know the reason? Those who can enter the poetry house are basically rich people. Some people can't take a step in their whole life. It's not that they don't want to come in, but they really don't have the 10 coins. So most of them either choose to rely on those clans, or can only wait until the imperial examination in spring. Only in this way can they have a chance." Zhang Feng was silent. He finally knew why Mr. Yushan asked him if he was going to open an academy in Jiangnan when they just met. "Mr. Yushan, to be honest, a big part of the reason I came to Jiangnan this time is because of you." Chapter 2154. Teacher Yushan was taken aback. He could think of many things, but he had never imagined that Zhang Feng would come for him. But on second thought he understood. After all, he was a member of the Chui clan, and the Chui clan's plan this time was to kill Zhang Feng before he came to Jiangnan. In truth, the Ho Junji incident had also been largely their handiwork, but because Zhang Feng was in Chang'an City and had Li Shimon's protection, they couldn't strike. But when they learned that Yu Qigong had summoned his little sister from Jiangnan to Chang'an, they saw a sliver of a plan. And that was when they began. The 5 clans and 7 great clans began to reduce the amount of minerals and goods in the capital. But Zhang Feng was simply too capable, and he was able to come up with all sorts of fine salt that they had never seen before. This plan could be considered a stillbirth. But to their surprise, the capital was suddenly in dire need of iron. The Wang clan pondered for a long time before finally figuring out the crux of the problem. It was definitely because of Zhang Feng. This brat had never played by the rules, especially after he established the academy. Everything he did was absurd. And this sudden shortage of iron in Chang, and might have been Zhang Feng's doing. Thus, the 5 clans and 7 great clans came up with a plan. It was to lure Zhang Feng to Jiangnan, and the most advantageous condition was Yu Qi. To their surprise, this brat really did come before the new year. However, Mr. Yushan had never been ashamed of such matters. He would not participate, nor did he want to participate. The reason why he had participated in this matter during the mid-autumn poetry meet was entirely because he was angry. How could a 20-something-year-old brat be worthy of the title of great scholar? Wasn't this an insult to the ancestors? Wasn't this an insult to sage Confucius? But once he truly understood Zhang Feng, he realized that this brat was truly frightening. This was especially true for his academy. At the start, he and everyone else had believed that this was just a game between the retired emperor and Crown Prince Li Chengqian. Otherwise, why would the Crown Prince be in charge and the retired emperor be the honorary vice principal? Wasn't this a joke? However, when White Deer College's final exams ended, Suyu finally realized how terrifying White Deer College was. An academy with thousands of students was unprecedented in history. However, such an academy actually had the magnificent feat of having at least 3,000 people pass the examination. This also meant that the Tang dynasty would be filled with talents in a short period of time. It was also at this time that Mr. Yushan's opinion of Zhang Feng and White Deer College changed. As teachers, didn't they want the Tao of Saints to blossom everywhere? In the beginning, Mr. Yushan had asked Zhang Feng when he was going to open an academy in Jiangnan. That was all he cared about. He never cared about politics. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Mr. Yushan sighed and shook his head. Brat, you shouldn't have come to Jiangnan. As he spoke, Mr. Yushan glanced at the three ladies behind him and shook his head again. Ladies, please excuse me. I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Yushan, please speak your mind. They are the most important people to me. Zhang Feng. Of course, I don't want to hide my matters from them. Zhang Feng interrupted Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why the three women would follow him so loyally, and why the people around Zhang Feng would follow him so loyally. He was too ambitious. In the Tang dynasty, women had almost no status. Almost all important matters were discussed, and women were dismissed. Even if it was a small peasant, it was the same. However, it was different for Zhang Feng. After all, he had experienced the 21st century where everyone was equal. He was really disgusted with this. However, for the people of the Tang dynasty, this was a reform and innovation. Seeing this, Mr. Yushan didn't say anything more. He said bluntly, I know that you came to Jiangnan this time. And the people of the 7 clans and Guanlong all know that you came to deal with the 7 clans, right? Zhang Feng nodded in surprise. Yes, but my purpose shouldn't be so obvious, right? Speaking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that someone had leaked Lao Tzu's plan? Your plan is very good. You didn't leak it, but your purpose is too obvious. Anyone who knows you a little will know that you are too lazy. If there is nothing, you will never put yourself in danger. Although you came to Jiangnan this time for Miss Yu on the surface, and your purpose is also for you, you have other purposes. Do you know how many people are waiting for you to leave Chang'an? Zhang Feng was silent. In the beginning, he really didn't think so much. He also didn't think from the point of view of others, especially from the point of view of the 5 clans and 7 clans. However, at this moment, through Mr. Yushan's mouth, he suddenly realized that dealing with the 5 clans and 7 clans this time seemed to be more difficult than he had imagined. Chapter 2155. This also explained why he had encountered the Gao family's obstruction as soon as he had arrived in Jiangnan. It was clearly just a small matter. Part of it was because he was pursuing Yu and was afraid that he would come to Jiangnan. However, at that time, he didn't know that he was Zhang Feng. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so hostile. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng calmly thought about it again under Mr. Yushan's reminder. Suddenly, he thought of many things. Especially in this era. This era was the most prosperous era of feudalism and slavery in the history of China. It was also the era when all kinds of clans and aristocrats were at their peak. The lives of ordinary people were worse than pigs and dogs in the hands of these clans. In this era, what could people like them do to potential threats? The laws of this era were almost useless against them. In other words, what the Gao family had done to him before was already considered polite. Mr. Yushan, since you've said so much, I'll also show you my trump card. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and glanced at Yu. Then he said, my biggest goal in coming to Jiangnan this time is to use the Yu family and the connections I can make to break the control of the 5 clans and 7 kings. You also know that almost all of my salt mines in Chang'an come from real wax. The distance from Li Dao to Chang'an is only half of the distance from real wax to here. Therefore, I want to make salt here. Also, I want to make use of Jiangnan's developed water resources. This is the most important thing. What silk and paper need is this huge water resource. There's also the rubber in Lingnan, as well as my rubber factory and iron mine. Mr. Yushan was so shocked by Zhang Feng's words that his mouth was wide open. He had originally thought that Zhang Feng had come to Jiangnan this time to start an all-out war with the 5 clans and 7 kings. If that was the case, then Zhang Feng, Li Shimin behind him, and the entire Tang dynasty would collapse. However, he hadn't expected Zhang Feng's ambition to be like this. He wanted to use business to completely replace the 5 clans and 7 kings' control in Jiangnan. In this way, he only needed paper and textile factories to completely collapse the business in Jiangnan. Not to mention the rest. If Zhang Feng really wanted to move all these things to Jiangnan, then he didn't dare to think about it. After all, he was just a person who focused on his studies. After an hour, Zhang Feng explained his plan. Yuqi Yuer tried to interrupt Zhang Feng a few times, but was rejected by Zhang Feng. From his point of view, the fact that Mr. Yushan was able to say such a thing meant that Mr. Yushan's position was very clear. However, even so, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Yushan, you're a member of the Cui family. You shouldn't be telling me such things. Why are you telling me?" Mr. Yushan was silent for a long time. After a long time, Mr. Yushan said, "Actually, I despise these things. If you really wanted to completely break off relations with the 5 clans and 7 kings and were prepared to use force, then old man would fight to the death to keep you here. However, you chose a different path." Mr. Yushan chuckled. "You saw it yourself. After the turmoil of the late Sui dynasty, the common people urgently need a peaceful life. They don't care who's in charge, they only care about who can feed them. This is the common people. You also know how deep the foundations of the 5 clans and 7 kings are. If we really break off relations with them, then everyone in the Tang dynasty will be involved. This won't be good for anyone. For the sake of the common people, old man has no choice but to be the bad guy. Even if it can bring some peace to the common people, he won't hesitate." Zhang Feng was silent. At this moment, he finally understood what the old keeper meant. He wasn't on his side. It could be said that he was completely on the side of the common people. However, he was such a simple person. What right did he have to blame him? Zhang Feng was silent. After a while, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, I really did think about opening White Deer College in Jiangnan. But you also know that I can't stay idle. That's why you want me to teach and educate people. I'm really worried that I won't hold up these children. So, Mr. Yushan, since you're able to come here, and you even told me about those poor students outside, I presume Mr. Yushan is extremely supportive of me establishing White Deer Academy here, right?" Mr. Yushan couldn't help but be on guard. "Kid, let me say this first. It's not easy to get old man to come to White Deer College." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. "Since you've said it, then I'll just do as you say." Mr. Yushan couldn't help but smile. "Kid, I heard that at White Deer College, Yushernan and the others eat braised meat every day. There's also good wine. I can't miss any of these. Also, old man needs 50 pounds of paper every month." Are you eating paper?" Chapter 2156. Zhang Feng was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Mr. Yushan did not care about Zhang Feng. Instead, he said, "Do you know how many people have been harmed by your paper? How many people are cursing you? It's all because of your paper. How many years has it been since the old man's work had to be copied all over again? Tell me, is 50 pounds of paper a lot every month?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly nodded. "Not a lot, not a lot. But if Mr. can move all these works to the academy and let the students copy them together, wouldn't it be faster?" How could Mr. Yushan not know about Zhang Feng's wicked idea? He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Don't think so much. The old man's collection will not be as foolish as Mr. Bo Shi and the others, who will steal it all away." "Oh right, when do you plan to start the academy?" Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly complained. "Mister, you also know that I am not a person who educates people. It's easy to start the academy. If I really want to, I can start teaching before next year's spring examinations. But I don't have the manpower. Don't try this on the old man. There are thousands of people in Chong and White Deer College. Can't you find some people? I heard that you have a few outstanding disciples. The old man likes these people." Later, Call them over for the old man. The old man will specially recruit them as his last disciples. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. He quickly bid farewell to Mr. Yushan and hurriedly left. What a joke. If he stayed any longer, his underwear would be taken away. Ma Zhou and the others were talents. Otherwise, why would he take them as his last disciples? He was not idle. The most important thing was that he had already dragged Mr. Yushan into this. Then, he did not have to worry about the academy. Now was not the time to discuss the details. He could only wait for the students outside to settle down and then invite Mr. Yushan to his house to discuss the specific steps in detail. In short, now that he had agreed to start the academy, it meant that he would not leave Yuezhou in a short time. He had plenty of time. As soon as he left the room, Zhang Feng was instantly drowned out by the noise outside. At some point, the people outside were also let in by the shopkeeper. Everyone knew that great scholar He Xian was here. And Shizhai could also make a name for itself. That was why he let these people in. Zhang Feng understood these things after thinking about it for a while. This was also a business method. As soon as he went out, Hao Chujun, Gao Kan, and Jia Daoren stood at the door. Seeing Zhang Feng and the others come out, he hurriedly asked, "Principal, should we retreat?" No need. This was the time to make a name for himself. Why did he have to leave? Everyone. Zhang Feng simply stood by the fence and gestured. Even so, it took a long time for these agitated officials to calm down. At this moment, Zhang Feng said, "I didn't want to meet you today in this way. The reason why I came here is to see how the officials of Jiangnan, known as the Tang Dynasty, are doing. Now it seems that all of you are doing well. Teacher He Xian, I heard that you are coming to Jiangnan to start the academy?" At this moment, someone excitedly interrupted Zhang Feng. Seeing that someone was so sensible, Zhang Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed, I was discussing this with Teacher Yushan in his room just now." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. It was nothing to those rich people, but for those poor students, being able to enter White Deer College was their only way. It was also their only chance to reach the heavens in one step. Because White Deer College claimed that as long as one could successfully graduate, one could hold a position in the imperial court. To everyone, this was a huge temptation. Furthermore, not only did White Deer College not require money, but if one performed well, they could even earn a certain amount of money every month. It was said that the amount of money they could earn in a month was more than what an outsider could earn in a year. To those poor commoners, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Furthermore, it was said that as long as one's studies were good at White Deer College, there would be some sort of bonus. There would be exams every month, and as long as one scored well, there would be rewards. Not only the poor students, but even the children of the rich wanted to enter White Deer College. At this moment, when all the students heard that Zhang Feng was really going to start the academy, they were in an uproar. Everyone was so excited that they were trembling. To them, this was more exciting than the Chinese New Year. However, this was not necessarily the case for those rich families at the entrance. They knew about the grudges between Zhang Feng and the 5 families and 7 major families. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, they could not help but weigh the pros and cons in their hearts. After all, Teacher Yushan was from the Cui family. They did not know what Zhang Feng and Teacher Yushan were talking about in that room. They did not know what the 5 families and 7 major families were planning. At this moment, they could only look at Zhang Feng and the excited students with complicated feelings. At this moment, Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said, "All right, today is the opening of Chang'an Hotel in Yuezhou Prefecture. If you like it, you can try it out. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me there. I still have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Zhang Feng was about to leave, but when he went downstairs, he was blocked by Zhao Yue and the rest. "Prince Zhang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shouldn't we have a chat?" Chapter 2157. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he saw that it was a group of women who were among the top 10 in Jiangnan who blocked his way. He didn't know what to do. But what could he do? He could only follow the women to where the women were. At this moment, there were maids standing on the side biting their lips. However, Zhang Feng's reputation was too great, so they didn't dare to say anything. Although this was a place where men were forbidden. They found a quiet place to sit down. Then, Zhao Yue stared at Zhang Feng and the others, sizing them up from head to toe. She even stretched her neck and sniffed them hard. Ahem. Miss you behave yourself. Zhang Feng's cheeks were a little hot under the stares of the women. He coughed hurriedly. The women didn't care. But Yu couldn't sit still. She looked at the women and asked elegantly, Sister, you must be the Zhao family's number one. Miss Yu in Jiangnan, right? Hearing that, Zhao Yu was instantly alert. Yuqi. Miss Yu you really live up to your reputation. No wonder Prince Zhang is so infatuated with you. Even though they had met once before, they had never seen each other before. But that was at a poetry meet in Hangzhou Prefecture. No, it was at this year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. At that time, Yu's brilliance overshadowed everyone else. This time was no exception. Zhao Yu couldn't help but compare with her. She wanted to see where she was inferior. She almost said something wrong just now. Fortunately, at the last moment, she remembered her family's advice and reacted. Yu frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately raised his hand to show his weakness. What a joke. He and Zhao Yu were really innocent. If something happened at this time they would die. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, Miss Zhao, we still have something to do. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Seeing that Zhang Feng was not joking, Zhao Yu hurriedly said, Prince Zhang, why are you so fragrant today? Did she use some kind of perfume sachet? Why haven't I seen Prince Zhang use it before? Or could it be that you specially prepared something for the sake of meeting big sister Yu today? Zhang Feng really didn't expect Yu to appear today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sprayed perfume in advance, although he knew that Yu wasn't a snob. However, now that he heard what they said, Zhang Feng decided to lay his cards on the table. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to lay all my cards on the table. This is a new perfume that I've spent months researching. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out a special transparent glass bottle and said, This thing is what I made. It's called perfume. As he spoke, Zhang Feng slowly raised the bottle of perfume. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the bottle. To them, the bottle was the most precious item, especially the fact that it was transparent. In this era, there wasn't a single item that could do that. The bottle was only as thick as a thumb, but at this moment, it was filled with a golden liquid. As Zhang Feng's arm swayed, the fragrance of a flower's stamen instantly wafted through the entire room. At this moment, even Yu's eyes were attracted. She quickly took out the small bottle that Zhang Feng gave her just now. She didn't have time to look at it just now. Now that she took it out and looked at it, she realized that it was a blood-red liquid. The fragrance in it was at least 10 times stronger than the perfume in Zhang Feng's hand at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Aghast. Looking at the perfume in Zhang Feng and Yu's hands, everyone's brain went blank. This. Did Prince Zhang just give this to you? This is called perfume? Prince Zhang, said this is called perfume. Zhang Feng nodded and looked at Wu Man who was seeking his opinion. He nodded and handed the perfume to her, saying, Yes, this is perfume. I once spent a lot of time and used hundreds of kinds of flowers and spices to finally get this small bottle. But don't underestimate this small bottle of perfume. It maximizes the fragrance of flowers countless times, and that's how this perfume came about. Moreover, as long as a drop of this perfume is applied to the body, it will make the whole body emit a fragrance that lasts for a whole day. And as time passes, the fragrance of flowers will also change with time. For example, the perfume that I'm spraying now smells of citrus and tulips at first, but after 2 to 4 hours, it will become the fragrance of roses, white lotus, and lily of the valley. At night, it will become the fragrance of sandalwood, yellow sunflower, and ambergris. This perfume has a total of 3 flavors, and each flavor will last for 6 hours. Under Zhang Feng's introduction, Wu Man's face turned red. Wu Man's face couldn't help but redden slightly. The dozens of women present, as well as those attracted by the fragrance, all looked at the bottle of perfume in Wu Man's hand with burning eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Miss Wu, why don't I help you apply a little? Wu Man's mind was full of the fragrance that Zhang Feng said, and she nodded subconsciously. But suddenly, 4 female voices sounded at the same time. No. Chapter 2158. Zhang Feng was startled by this sharp voice and almost dropped the perfume bottle in his hand. At this moment, Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded. He looked at Zhao Yuer, who had just stopped him, and asked, "Miss Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yuer blushed and stammered for a long time before saying, "I still don't know what you put in it. Miss Wu, you can't test it blindly. Why don't I do it and you help me apply it? If anything happens." Zhang Feng heard this and rolled his eyes and simply put away the perfume. This time, Zhao Yuer was instantly enraged. She bared her teeth and wanted to bite Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuyao couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly took the perfume from Zhang Feng's hand and said, "Miss Zhao, let me help you. This is how to use it." As she spoke, Zhang Yuyao was drowned in a group of women. Zhang Feng, Jia Daoren and the others' eyes reddened. They regretted not going up just now. "Ahem, okay, all of you go out. This place is not suitable for you." Zhang Feng pretended to be gentle and drove Jia Daoren, Hao Chu-jun and the others away. When Zhang Feng turned around, he saw many pairs of eyes looking at him. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly touched his nose and said, "Well, I'll wait outside." "All right, you, hide the bottle in your hand. Just that one bottle." After saying this, Zhang Feng could only leave with his tail between his legs. Zhang Feng wanted to slap himself as soon as he went out. What a good opportunity. Damn it. As soon as he went out, Zhang Feng was blocked by people. The people who came were the officials downstairs. Everyone was now focused on Zhang Feng's poem. Although at the beginning, they were puzzled as to why Zhang Feng's body was so fragrant, under the temptation of the poem, no one asked about it. As soon as he went out, Zhang Feng was dragged to the hall on the first floor by the crowd. At this moment in the hall, everyone had removed all the tables and chairs, leaving only a table and a stool in the middle. "Mr. He Xian, are you really Mr. He Xian?" At this moment, everyone felt as if they were living in a dream. They could not believe that Zhang Feng had really appeared in front of them. There were too many people asking questions. There were so many that Zhang Feng didn't even know where to begin. Just as Zhang Feng was having a headache, Zhang Feng spoke. "Everyone, I know that all of you are very excited, but please rest assured that White Deer College will open for business before next year's spring exams. I, Zhang Feng, am a man of my word." Hearing this, all the students were in an uproar. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Of course, before this, if you have any questions, you can find me at my restaurant. At that time, I will let my student, Hao Chu-jun, personally answer your questions." "Hao Chu-jun, come, I will leave this place to you. Master still has some matters to attend to, so I will leave first." As Zhang Feng spoke, he slipped away, leaving behind a dumbfounded Hao Chu-jun. Seeing so many people, Hao Chu-jun felt numb all over. When he was in the academy, he did teach new juniors, but that was in the academy. Moreover, there were only 10 to 20 people in a class, and there were textbooks. But what did they have here? Looking at the hundreds of people, Hao Chu-jun wanted to cry. Zhang Feng had just slipped to the door, lit a cigarette, and was thinking about where to go tonight. However, at this moment, the shopkeeper of the poetry house bowed and stood in front of Zhang Feng. "Prince Zhang, Mr. He Xian?" Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Shopkeeper, what's the matter?" Seeing the shopkeeper's face, Zhang Feng's first thought was that the shopkeeper must have something to ask of him. Sure enough, as Zhang Feng thought, the shopkeeper said, "Prince Zhang, I have a presumptuous request." Of course, for Prince Zhang, this is just a matter of moving your fingers. I wonder if Prince Zhang can do me the honor? Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but grin. I wonder what the shopkeeper is talking about? But I have some matters to attend to now, so I hope. At this moment, the shopkeeper waved his hand, and in an instant, a servant came up with a tray. The tray was covered with a red cloth, and it was unknown what was on it. The shopkeeper lifted the red cloth, and a roll of reddish-brown bamboo slips appeared in Zhang Feng's line of sight. This is a handwritten scroll from the Han Dynasty. It is a capital stock, and it is also the treasure of our poetry house. Today, Prince Zhang can come to our poetry house, and it really brings light to our humble dwelling. This poems of the 6 dynasties of Han and Wei was obtained by chance. Today, I will give it to Prince Zhang. Zhang Feng was surprised. Poems of the 6 dynasties of Han and Wei? This was a good thing. In the 21st century, there were only some fragments of this thing, or some fragments collected in some ancient tombs. But he didn't expect that he would be able to obtain this treasure by coming to this small and nameless study house. Presumably, there should be a lot of treasures here, right? Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a bold idea. Zhang Feng laughed, took the bamboo slips from the servant's hand, and carelessly stuffed them in front of his chest. He said, "Shopkeeper, you are too polite. If there's anything you want, there's no harm in saying it. As long as I, Zhang Feng, can do it, I will do my best." Chapter 2159. Zhang Feng's attitude almost made the shopkeeper fall to the ground. But this was also good. After all, this would save him unnecessary trouble. After all, people like them were too proud. If they were not willing to do such things, who could force them? But this was different for the poetry club. How many great Confucian scholars had visited this place and left behind their personal messages? To them, this was their reputation. It was also where every poetry club competed. And this time, Mr. Yushan's arrival was unexpected. Moreover, Mr. Yushan's reputation was too great. He hated their behavior the most, so they did not dare to do it. But Zhang Feng was different. It seemed that Zhang Feng was here for the first time, and he should be easy to talk to. So she decided to give it a try. But seeing Zhang Feng agree at this time, the shopkeeper was dumbfounded. He did not know what to write for Zhang Feng. But the servant was quick-witted and hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, President Zhang is known as the goddess of poetry. Why don't you let Prince Zhang write a poem for our poetry club?" With that said, the shopkeeper suddenly understood and said, "Prince Zhang, you see." "Sure." Zhang Feng agreed decisively. Then the shopkeeper was overjoyed and hurriedly sent someone to find a pen and paper. Zhang Feng was also thinking about what kind of poem to write. After all, this place could become an important place in the future. Fame. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of Li Qingzhao's poem. Then after thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote, "Slow song searches and searches, cold and cheerless, miserable and sorrowful. When it's warm and cold, it's the most difficult to rest. How can 3 or 2 cups of light wine compete with him? The late wind rushes. When the wild goose passes by, it's sad. How can a word of worry suffice?" The poem was finished. Unknowingly, Zhang Feng was surrounded by students. And these people also excitedly recited after every line of Zhang Feng's poem. Zhang Feng did not disturb them. Instead, after writing this poem, he quietly left. He didn't even know that Mr. Yushan had appeared on the first floor. As soon as Zhang Feng left, the entire poetry house exploded in an instant. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng's new work in shock. Some people had tears in their eyes, some were wailing, and some were even drunk on it, not knowing what to do. Especially Wu Liuji and Lu Shuheng. At this moment, the two of them wanted to leave, but they were unwilling to do so. If they didn't leave, their faces wouldn't be able to bear it. But after seeing Zhang Feng's poem, they were engrossed in it again. Even the women on the second floor stopped fighting for the perfume and came to the first floor to see Zhang Feng's latest poem. However, the problem was that everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Feng's handwriting. Zhang Feng's poem was one of a kind, but his handwriting was too ugly. But even so, everyone was still fighting to copy Zhang Feng's poem. They were even copying Zhang Feng's handwriting. In their opinion, perhaps it was because of this that Zhang Feng could create such a beautiful poem. And the shopkeeper was laughing so hard that he couldn't even hide his teeth. At the same time, he held the poem in his arms. But there were many people here that he couldn't afford to offend. He could only hold it in his arms and let them observe. In the end, it was Mr. Yushan who showed his prowess. He took a huge amount of rice paper and started to rewrite it with a giant brush in the middle of the poetry house. A moment later, a newly framed, slow song, with a width of 2 feet and a length of 5 feet was hung in the most important and conspicuous position in the poetry house. And almost everyone in the poetry house participated in it. At this moment, everyone looked at the poem that Zhang Feng had just created. They couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. "Shopkeeper, can you part with Prince Zhang's original manuscript to the Wu family? If you can, the Wu family will owe you a big favor. And the Wu family will give you a satisfactory price." At this moment, Wu Maner suddenly spoke. Instantly, everyone was aghast. The Wu family actually took a fancy to this poem? Even Wu Liuji was stunned at this moment. He looked at Wu Maner in disbelief. Although he was old enough to be Wu Maner's brother, but Wu Maner's position in the Wu family But because Wu Maner's reputation had been expanding these few years, Wu Maner had become the apple of the Wu family's eye. At this moment, her words could be considered as the words of the patriarch of the Wu family. Hearing that, those who were on equal footing with the Wu family also started to have thoughts. Shopkeeper, the Gao family is willing to buy it. The Zhao family is also willing to buy it. The Wu family is also willing to buy it at a high price. The Dang family. The Yang family. At this moment, just when the shopkeeper's face was in a dilemma, Mr. Yushan coldly interrupted everyone's imagination. Although this piece of calligraphy was given to Shi Zhai by He Xian, it still belongs to He Xian. Without He Xian's permission, no one is allowed to touch this piece of calligraphy. Poetry is meant to teach people to be humble. How can it be measured by money? With this, everyone instantly quieted down. Everyone was silent. Chapter 2160. The scenery of Jiangnan at night wasn't as good as it was said to be. There was only darkness. Although it was already the end of the year, the weather in Jiangnan was still as warm as spring. However, one could still feel a trace of coolness at night. In the new house, Zhang Feng's group of 4 sat around the stove, eating mutton hot pot and drinking wine that they had brought from Chang'an. It was said to be a royal gift. However, the atmosphere was particularly awkward. In the end, it was Zhang Yuyao who broke the silence and asked, "Sister Yu, I heard that the Gao family wanted to marry you. What happened in the end?" "I heard from Prince Zhang that the people he sent were intercepted halfway while delivering the message." "What happened?" Hearing this, Yu silently glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "The situation at that time was indeed very dangerous. Fortunately, Lao Li's caravan from the capital passed by and stopped them. Otherwise, what happened in the end?" asked Zhang Feng with a slight frown. "Later, it was Lao Li's people who helped us that the Gao family didn't make things difficult for our Yu family. However, it wasn't good either. After this incident, almost all of our businesses were affected. However, our Yu family is also on guard against the Gao family. Recently, the Gao family seems to be brewing something. You'd better pay attention. Also, the perfume you used today. What are you trying to do?" Zhang Feng didn't answer her. Instead, he asked, I heard from Yu Suqian that most of the Yu family's businesses have been affected because of our matter. How much has it been affected?" Yu Qiyu was stunned. Her face slightly reddened as she said, "Almost all of them have been affected. Now, many families are taking the opportunity to encroach on our Yu family's businesses." Yu Qiyu calmly told him everything that had happened to the Yu family. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Can you call the shots in the Yu family now?" Yu Qiyu was stunned. She didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. However, Zhang Feng knew what was going on when he saw her expression, so he said, Didn't you just ask me about the perfume?" "The perfume is my gift to you. This is the first time I've made it. I just finished it last night. The reason why I brought it today is to let everyone know about it. At least in the high-end market, people will notice it." "Then, do you know what to do?" Yu Qiyu's eyes flickered as she asked. "This is too precious. I can't accept it." Of course, she knew how precious this thing was. Although many people didn't understand this thing and only felt that it was very fragrant and pleasant to the nose, one had to know that this transparent glass bottle's production cost far exceeded 100 strings of coins, not to mention the perfume inside. This thing wasn't as simple as a perfume. What Yu Qiyu saw was a sea of scheming and scheming. She even saw the palace and the harem further away. If this thing was really made, it would definitely be an extremely unstable thing. In fact, the dangers and benefits of this thing all came from one thing, and that was temptation. This perfume was too fragrant, so fragrant that it made people unable to extricate themselves. Originally, this shouldn't be a sin. There was nothing wrong with this thing, but it was the human heart that was at fault. Humans were always greedy. Everyone would lose their rationality in an instant when faced with huge benefits, especially women. In this era, almost every man had 3 wives and 4 concubines, and wars between women were always going on. This was unavoidable for every woman. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng's perfume would drive almost all women crazy. Yu Qiyu didn't know why Zhang Feng took this thing out, but she definitely knew its value. This thing's value was comparable to 10,000 taels of gold. Seeing Yu Qiyu hesitating, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Actually, this thing was prepared for you from the beginning. The bottle in your hand is called soul captivating, and the bottle in the poetry house today is called soul captivating. The reason why I took it out today is to wait for them to bring the perfume matter back home. Even if they don't talk about the fragrance on their bodies, someone will naturally ask about it. In this way, won't our business be done? I know what you're worried about, but this is just a business, and a profitable one at that. But, Brother Feng, this thing is really too valuable. I can't accept it. Yuchi still shook her head and refused. She was worried about the Yu family. No matter what happened to Zhang Feng this time, he would eventually return to Chang'an. However, once Zhang Feng returned to Chang'an, what would happen to the Yu family? They might really go to heaven or hell at a whim. Jing Shu smiled and pressed one hand on Yuchi's hand. She smiled and said, Sister perhaps you still don't know Zhang Brother Feng's purpose this time? It's very likely that we won't have to return to Chang'an after coming to Jiangnan this time. Moreover, Brother Feng has already realized everything that you're worried about. The reason why he came alone this time is to completely destroy the 5 families and 7 hopes. And this perfume is just a stepping stone. Chapter 2161. Zhang Feng's plan was very simple. It was to use the perfume and a batch of items he had prepared to open an auction and invite partners in Jiangnan. This way, these people would definitely fight over it. But who was Zhang Feng? In the past few days, Zhang Feng had also secretly pulled in some partners. As for the bidding at that time, Zhang Feng only needed to slightly move his hands and feet, and this would cause a rift between these clans that originally looked calm. Then, he would openly use all kinds of violent means to suck money. Yes. At the end of the year, he would frantically sweep away the entire cash reserves of Jiangnan. In this way, when the next spring plowing, when Chang'an's phosphate fertilizer factory opened in Jiangnan, and pig farming technology was popularized in Jiangnan, once wheat and other crop purification methods were launched in Jiangnan, then, these rich clans would instantly find that their pockets were empty. This was Zhang Feng's real plan. And this plan could only be said at this moment when the 4 of them were present. Otherwise, even if it was Hao Chujun and the others, Zhang Feng would never say a word. He wouldn't even say it to Yu Suqian. Because once this news was leaked, it was estimated that Zhang Feng's life would come to an end. After all, the Gao family's matter was not over yet, and Zhang Feng knew that this person's revenge had never been reduced. Even today, he didn't see Gao Ming and Yu Suqian in the poetry house. This was absolutely abnormal. Yu Suqian could understand that Gao Ming must have gone to deal with something. However, it didn't make sense that Gao Ming didn't appear. For this kind of high-end gathering, it was understandable if one person was missing. After all, before the start of the poetry contest, Zhang Feng gave Yu Suqian a chance. At this moment, Yu Suqian should be preparing for the white paper business. However, Gao Ming didn't appear for 2 days in a row, and there wasn't even a single person looking for trouble. This was absolutely abnormal. This guy wasn't a good person. He would never be so kind. That also meant that he was brewing something big. At this moment, Zhang Feng told Yuchi about the matter from beginning to end. Yuchi's face couldn't help but become dignified. Although she was just a woman, she still knew a little about business. In particular, when the Yu family had shown weakness in the past, she had also directly participated in the Yu family's business for the sake of the Yu family's business. However, it was precisely because of this that she understood the business of warehouses. However, the more she understood, the more she felt that Zhang Feng was crazy. She didn't know what other motives Zhang Feng had, but the fact that he was an enemy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans made her feel suffocated. Could he really go against the people of the 5 families and 7 clans? Without the help of the emperor and the others. Brother Feng, actually, I think we should put this perfume matter aside for a while. We should start in a small circle. What do you think? Yuchi was still not at ease. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, she spoke of her plan. However, Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "There's no time. After this perfume appeared today, you just have to wait and see. At the latest, there will be countless people coming to our door tomorrow night." Yuchi was shocked. "Are you sure?" Zhang Feng smiled but said nothing. He knew perfume too well. To be more precise, he knew human nature too well. Jealousy, the problem of face, and hatred of the rich were not only present in the later generations. On the contrary, they were even more active in the Tang dynasty. It was also because of this that once the perfume appeared today, it could no longer be hidden. That fragrance was not only enough to mesmerize everyone, but it would also become the object of everyone's comparison. This thing had been a position of luxury goods since ancient times. It was the same everywhere. Seeing that Zhang Feng was so certain, Yuqiyu didn't say anything more. After the meal, each of them had their own thoughts. Jing Shu could drag Zhang Yuyao and say that they were admiring the moon. She could drag Zhang Yuyao into her dormitory and refuse to come out even if she was beaten to death. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at the dark sky in confusion. Where did the King moon come from at this time? He also knew that Jing Shu was creating an opportunity for him. How could Zhang Feng not know? At this moment, only the two of them were left in the room. Zhang Feng and Yuqiu's breathing became more and more rapid. They increasingly didn't dare to look at each other. Cough, cough. Maybe I drank too much tonight. It's a little hot. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say, so he could only talk nonsense. Yuqiu glanced at Zhang Feng, feeling both angry and amused. She said, "Then rest early." Chapter 2162. Yuqiu was really too beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the first of the top 10 beauties in Jiangnan. Especially her eyes. Even Zhang Feng, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties in the 21st century, felt his heart beat faster every time he saw Yuqiu. Just like that, a night passed. The next morning, Zhang Feng was woken up by hurried knocks on the door. Looking to his side, he saw Yuqiu lying motionlessly in his arms with a pale face. Zhang Feng quietly adjusted the quilt for her and then went out of the room. As soon as he went out, Jia Daoren glanced inside. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's so early in the morning, what's wrong?" "Master, it's already noon. That kid from the Yu family is going to explode outside. Oh right, there's also that crazy girl from the Zhao family. This time, she directly brought more than 10 noble ladies and the first miss of the Wu family. You go and see for yourself. The first madam and the second madam are somewhat overwhelmed." Hearing that, Zhang Feng was shocked. He was too greedy last night, otherwise he wouldn't have slept until this time. With the help of Jia Daoren, he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the front hall. As soon as he entered, everyone in the front hall stood up together. "Prince Zhang." Zhang Feng coughed and said, "I was reading in the study and forgot the time. I hope you won't punish me. Please sit down. You clearly said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Don't think I don't know." Zhang Feng staggered and almost fell to the ground because of Zhao Yuer's whisper. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said with a serious face, "Cough, cough, am I that kind of person?" Okay, Prince Zhang. We came here today because we have something important to discuss." Wu Man speechlessly pulled Zhao Yuer and then looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. In an instant, Wu Man pointed at the several women and said, "This is the second wife of the Wu family, and also my mother." Zhang Feng looked at Wu Man's side with some surprise. She was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. It was not hard to tell that she should be Wu Man's mother. Because of her daughter's identity, her status in the Wu family had also risen. Otherwise, a Hu person's status in these families was even lower than a maid's. Fortunately, Wu Man's beauty and talent were astonishing. This allowed the Wu family to see the value of her existence. That was why she had the status she had today. Wu Man pointed to a beautiful woman around the same age who was talking to Zhao Ru'er in a low voice and said, "This is the Zhao family's matriarch, and also Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru'er's mother." Zhang Feng hurriedly bowed. Then, Wu Man introduced the other women in the mansion. Almost all of these women, except for the matriarch of the Zhao family, were not well liked. It was no wonder that these people came to visit the mansion as soon as they knew about this matter. After meeting each other, Jing Shu asked faintly, "These madams came to the mansion because of yesterday's perfume matter." "Brother Feng, you can discuss the details. Sister Yu Yao and I will leave first." Seeing this, Zhang Feng grabbed Jing Shu's hand and said, "Last night, I made it very clear. These matters are women's matters. Today, since everyone is here, I will say one thing. For the perfume matter, I have given full authority to you. Jing Shu and Yu Yao will also help. So ladies, if you have any matters, you can discuss it with you and Yu Yao." Hearing this, the beautiful women's faces could not help but change. Prince Zhang, can you wait for a moment? Wu Man'er's mother finally could not sit still. She hurriedly stopped Zhang Feng. In the Wu family, everyone knew what her status was. Because of Wu Man'er's status, she was also a mother because of her son. But in the Wu family, he was still nothing. But last night, when Wu Man'er came home, she went to see her and told her what happened last night. This gave her a glimmer of hope. Originally, her appearance was not bad. But because of her status, it was difficult for her to even see her husband's face, let alone share a bed with him. This perfume gave her hope. If she could get the perfume, perhaps she would have some say in the Wu family. Not for anything else, but for Wu Man'er to not have the same fate as her in the future. This was the pain of living in a big family. Everyone had their own sufferings. Everyone's fate was almost out of their control. Hearing her words, the other women hurriedly stood up and begged. Even Wu Man'er and Zhao Ru'er's faces changed. Zhao Yuer's face was full of astonishment and guilt. She thought that her words just now had angered Zhang Feng. At this moment, even Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao looked at Zhang Feng worriedly, as if they were begging Zhang Feng to stay. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed an imperceptible arc. He smiled faintly and said, "Since this is the case, then all right, let's have a good talk. But let me say this first, I really can't make the decision." Chapter 2163. In fact, Zhang Feng had never thought of leaving. This move of his was actually very common in later generations. Then I'll leave? Instantly, Zhang Feng thought of many things in his vague memory. Seeing that Zhang Feng had stayed behind, the worried faces of the women couldn't help but flash with a hint of ecstasy. Logically speaking, for people like them who played mind games even when they were sleeping in large clans, it was impossible for them to be so overjoyed. However, unless he encountered something really big, he would not be able to do anything. Today's matter should be considered a big matter. It was not only related to their happiness, but also might affect their daughter's happiness. At this moment, when they looked at Zhang Feng again, they actually looked at him like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. This made Zhang Feng slightly stunned. So I shouldn't have stayed? At this moment, the beautiful woman from the Wu family said, "I heard that although Prince Zhang is already engaged, he hasn't married yet?" Ahem. Zhang Feng thought to himself and quickly said, "No, but I already have 3 lovers. In this life, I won't have any other thoughts. After all, love can be divided, but if it is divided too much, there will be problems. Madam, you should understand, right?" Hearing this, Madame Wu's eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment. Even at this moment in the entire front hall, except for Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu, there was a touch of disappointment in everyone's eyes. Twins. Could it be that they were also interested in him? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. But he hurriedly corrected his thoughts. Not to mention that having too many women was not good for the kidney. There might be other problems in the future. It was better not to think too much. Moreover, even if he wanted to, if Zhao Yu... Thinking of that unruly girl, Zhang Feng shuddered. Hey, didn't I specially prepare gifts for all of you? Why are you still looking at it? Quickly go and get it. Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the topic and looked at Cui, who was secretly happy at the side. Little Cui, had a puzzled look on her face at first. But Jing Shu's explanation enlightened little Cui, So little Cui, hurriedly entered the back hall with the 2 women. After a while, the 3 women returned with a basket in little Cui's hand. Inside the basket were exquisite gift boxes carved from mahogany. At Zhang Feng's signal, little Cui gave the gift boxes to them one by one. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "These are perfume and some trinkets that I have prepared for you. I hope you will accept them." The gift box contained perfume, Zhang Feng soap, and lipstick. Originally, Zhang Feng didn't plan to make these little toys. However, he was really bored on the way to Jiangnan, so he simply put on makeup for the women in the carriage and tinkered with them. In the end, he had an idea and made these things. She looked at the items in the gift box that she had never seen before. Everyone was dumbfounded. But fortunately, with Jing Shu's introduction, everyone was full of joy. Prince Zhang is really... I don't know how to thank Prince Zhang. If Prince Zhang has anything to say, just say it. Although there are many things that I can't decide at home, I still know some high-ranking officials and their families. Zhang Feng was waiting for this sentence. After Madame Zhao said this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression and said, "Ah, thank you very much, Madame Zhao. I really do have something here. I hope that you can help me." Sure enough. Several people secretly said in their hearts, "Sure enough." They knew that Zhang Feng wouldn't be so kind-hearted. Now that he mentioned it, there really was something he wanted. However, looking at these precious items, they were curious as to what Zhang Feng wanted them to do. They didn't know where Zhang Feng had gotten these items from, but they were curious as to what Zhang Feng wanted them to do. "Prince Zhang, as long as I can help you, just say it. But let me say this first, I can't guarantee that I can help you with anything." Zhang Feng laughed and cupped his fists at Madame Zhao. "This isn't a big deal. Didn't I just come to Jiangnan? Everything requires money, but I'm just a scholar. All my wealth and resources have been given to the White Deer Institute. Therefore, at this moment, Junior's pockets are extremely tight." Seeing that several people started to take out money, Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted them and said, "But, this Junior isn't a shameless person. I'm not doing this for your money. I just want you ladies to help spread the news about the perfume." Spread the news? It was that simple? Several people were dumbfounded. If it was that simple, it wouldn't be like this. They knew Zhang Feng's ability. He gave away tens of thousands of gold pieces of paper and perfume just like that. Was he short of money? However, since Zhang Feng said it, and they weren't ignorant people, they understood Zhang Feng's meaning after Zhang Feng finished speaking. Madame Zhao smiled and nodded. "I thought it was something big. So, it's just a small matter. Prince Zhang, don't worry. Just leave it to us. In less than 3 days, I guarantee that your house will be trampled flat." Zhang Feng heard and hurriedly pretended to be surprised. "Thank you, madams. If you need anything in the future, just send someone to tell me. This Junior will immediately deliver it to your door." Chapter 2164. However, I'm going to hold an auction at Chang'an Hotel in 3 days. I'd like to meet some business partners as soon as possible. I hope the ladies can help me inform them. It turned out that this kid had something up his sleeve. Could it be that they hadn't seen the red perfume that they heard about? However, this was already very precious. First of all, with their status, they knew that this thing was definitely worth more than 10,000 strings of cash. Not to mention the perfume, the cost of the bottle alone was definitely more than 100 strings of cash. That was not including the perfume in it. How much would this set cost? If they were to buy it, how much money would they have to spend to buy a bottle of perfume? This didn't even include the soap that was written on the rice paper. Although they didn't know the use of this thing, how could it be ordinary if it was given by Zhang Feng? Sure enough. Zhao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little Zhang, where's the perfume you gave you yesterday? Why didn't you take it out? Also, what is this soap?" Ahem. Zhang Feng coughed a few times hurriedly. That perfume is too precious. With the current technology, I can only make 3 bottles, so I hope Miss Yu can understand. As for this soap, Zhang Feng pulled Jingshu over and pointed to her face, saying, "Ladies, this soap is very useful. It can make your skin cleaner when you take a bath every day. Moreover, there are a lot of spices added in the soap, which will leave a special fragrance on your body. This fragrance not only helps you sleep, but also has a beautifying effect." Upon hearing that, the lady's expressions changed drastically in an instant. In that case, even the perfume couldn't be compared with him, right? At this moment, Zhang Feng saw the effect and struck the iron while it was hot again. He said, "Moreover, when you wash your face and rinse your mouth on a daily basis, this thing will also be used to wash your face and hair." When he said that, in an instant, the ladies were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too miraculous? But Zhao Yu still didn't believe him. After all, she had seen Zhang Feng's ability to brag. She hurriedly went down to take a bath. Fortunately, under Madame Zhao's scolding, Zhao Yu could only wash her face with soap in front of everyone, accompanied by Xiao Cui. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, Zhao Yu had fair skin, but the ancient way of washing up, as well as a special habit, caused the dead skin on her face to fall off automatically. But after using the soap, it was different. Dead skin and other dirt were all washed away in an instant. This time, Zhao Yu's face was like a peeled egg. Smooth and tender. At this moment, everyone finally realized the horror of the soap. After that they left happily. Zhao Yue blushed, which was a rare sight. She looked at Zhang Feng with a bashful expression. This scene made Madame Wu shake her head and sigh. He was filled with envy. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel baffled. They didn't leave until they had a meal in Zhang Feng's house. After they left, Yu walked into the front hall with a blush. The others didn't mind, but Yu said with some worry, "You just gave them these things? And you're going to give them these things in the future?" Zhang Feng nodded. This is the business world. People are greedy. If you don't feed them, how can they have the strength to work for you? Hearing that, Yu couldn't help but be speechless. Zhang Feng actually knew more about the business world than she did. Zhang Feng shook his head and ignored these people. He asked, "Do you know the people of the Yang family?" When it came to this family, Yuer's expression changed instantly. "Why do you ask about them? This family. Don't you know their origin?" Zhang Feng shook his head. "The remnants of the previous dynasty." "Then why are you asking about them?" "The enemy of my enemy is my partner. You know why I came to Jiangnan this time. The opponent is too strong. Other than the Yu family and the Yang family, I can't find a partner that I can truly trust." After all, it was because of them that the Yang family was driven out of politics. Zhang Feng understood well. Before he came to Jiangnan, the old scholar had specially mentioned this family to him. Although it was just a family, he still had connections over the years. It was just that he didn't have the ambition of the past. On one hand, it was impossible that the imperial family didn't notice their every move. On the other hand, the people of the 5 families and 7 clans wouldn't let a poisonous spider appear next to their pillows. Although this spider was already old, it was still alive. That was enough for Zhang Feng. Because what he needed now was not teammates, but a deterrent to the 5 families and 7 clans. It was for the 5 families and 7 clans to see. His backup plan was still in the business world, constantly nibbling away at them. At this moment, Mr. Yushan's attitude gave him a glimmer of hope. It would be best if he could drag the Cui family down with him. Chapter 2165. While they were talking, outside the door, Gao Kan's muffled voice sounded. "Dean, there's a visitor outside. He says he's Mr. Yushan." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Invite him in. Speak of the devil and he will appear." He was just thinking that the old man was really patient. He didn't expect him to come knocking on his door. This time, Zhang Feng met Mr. Yushan in the study. In the study, Mr. Yushan was admiring Zhang Feng's book collection with great interest, as well as the paintings and poems that Zhang Feng drew during his free time on the road. Every poem would be greatly praised by Mr. Yushan. "Good poem. It's really a good poem." "Mr. Cord," Zhang Feng hurriedly said. "You flatter me, Mr. Yushan. You should call me Feng Zi. That's what Mr. Bashi calls me in the academy." Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Mr. Yushan laughed and said, "In the literary world, age is not important. But since you've said so, I'll take advantage of my seniority." "Feng Zi, what do you plan to do with these poems?" Zhang Feng frowned when he heard that. He was giving him a difficult problem to solve. "Mr. Yushan, I plan to put these in every corner of the academy after the academy is established. Everyone can see them." Mr. Yushan nodded in satisfaction when he heard that. When Zhang Feng was on the mountain, he had heard Yu Shernan and the others talk about these things more than once. Yu Shernan and the others also did so for fear that people wouldn't know. Therefore, at this moment, when Mr. Yushan asked, Zhang Feng answered without thinking. "The old man thinks that this time, the academy doesn't need to be called White Deer College. I think Chang'an University is a good name." Zhang Feng was stunned. He almost forgot about that. In the beginning, Chang'an University was established for fun. However, after White Deer College was officially launched, Chang'an University was almost abandoned. Now that he mentioned it, Zhang Feng instantly understood what he meant. "Teacher, you mean to say that the academy established in Jiangnan will be a good place to start? Just call it Chang'an University?" "Yes." Yushan nodded and said, "White Deer College is good, but I couldn't sleep last night after thinking about it. Since you plan to build an academy here, why don't you build one in every state of the Tang dynasty?" Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was so close to asking Mr. Yushan for his WeChat ID. This idea was really bold, but it was also Zhang Feng's idea. However, this matter was too big, and Zhang Feng didn't dare to think about it. He could only think about it after the first batch of students had successfully graduated. In that case, he would have people under him and wouldn't be so busy. Mr. Yushan, to be honest, I've been planning to do this for a long time. Therefore, after White Deer College was built, Chang'an University was almost abandoned. However, this matter is too big. I'm afraid I can't do it alone, unless the students in the academy graduate in 3 years. Only then will there be people. Moreover, the teaching market of the academy is different from others. Therefore, it requires a certain amount of knowledge in the academy to operate. Yes, it's not that troublesome. Mr. Yushan waved his hand and said, "Before I came, I met a few old friends. They also praised your idea. This is after eliminating the political conflicts between them and your family. You also saw the poor students outside last night. These people can really represent the real situation of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, the competition between the clans for talents and the deep-rooted poverty of these people caused them to miss out on a lot of things. However, once your academy appears, everyone will see hope. This hope is what the entire Tang dynasty needs most at this moment. Because at present, the Imperial College, Hongwen Guan, and the monopoly of these clans will only make the poor poorer and the rich more extreme. This is not normal, and it is not the path that a country should take. Therefore, last night, the old man and a few old friends were discussing this matter and almost stayed up all night. Boy, as long as you do it, we old bones will definitely help you. Zhang Feng could not help but be a little absent-minded. Once this matter had reached this point, it was really hard to say. However, Zhang Feng had already expected what would happen after seeing the humble class disciple last night. After all, before the establishment of White Deer College, he had seen cruelty and desolation. Therefore, Zhang Feng ran the school for free. Even so, at the beginning, if it were not for the help of Lao Li and the others, Zhang Feng would not have been able to do what he did now. On one hand, it was a matter of money. On the other hand, it was because of politics. He was not a child and naturally knew that if it were not for the secret help of the Emperor, Lord Zhang's son, and Li Xiaogong, his academy, it would just be a joke. However, at this moment in Jiangnan, he did not have so much help. Everything had to be done by himself. These were all small matters. The only thing he needed to worry about was these clans. These clans controlled almost all the talents in the region. The slightest bit of talent would almost be nibbled away by them almost instantly. In this way, was his academy not built for these people? Mr. Yushan, actually, I think this matter can be delayed. In fact, Mr. Yushan had long known about Zhang Feng's worries. After seeing Zhang Feng yesterday, he knew that the war between Zhang Feng and the 5 clans and 7 clans was inevitable. However, at this moment, when Zhang Feng really said it, Mr. Yushan realized the seriousness of the matter. Just as Zhang Feng said, if he did not solve the problem of the 5 clans and 7 clans, how could he run the school? In that case, do as you see fit. Chapter 2166. But kid, I can think of a way for you. I heard you came up with some perfume last night? Zhang Feng took out a gift box from the table in the study and gave it to Mr. Yushan. Mister, I didn't know you were at the poetry house yesterday, so I was rude. Today, I've prepared some gifts for you. I hope you'll accept them. Seeing this, Mr. Yushan laughed and said, Actually, if you give me some cigarettes and paper, it'll be better than anything else. Fine, fine, since you're so kind, I'll accept them. Of course, I'll also pay attention to your matters. I've always been concerned about the matters of the academy. I don't know when I'll be gone, so what I'm thinking is that in my lifetime, it'll be great if I can see these poor people become familiar with their studies. Zhang Feng was silent. At this moment, he finally understood why Mr. Yushan had been so aggressive at the poetry gathering after learning about his situation. He wanted to see real hope. Every single one of them followed the teachings of Confucius and wanted everyone in the world to be able to study. However, due to the current situation, no one was able to achieve their wish. However, White Deer College gave them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, this was the only chance for them to achieve their dream in a short period of time. Kid, the Tao of Saints isn't so easy to follow. Every one of us came from your age. Every one of us wants to do something, but in the end, we'll all be drowned in worldly fame and fortune. Hearing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly nodded and said, "I'll remember Mr.'s teachings." "What teachings?" "Next time, prepare a set of the Academy's timetable and textbooks for the old man. Let the old man see what's so great about your academy." Zhang Feng was speechless. Actually, his academy was nothing special. In the future, it wouldn't even be considered trash. However, if Zhang Feng's teaching philosophy could really prevail in this era, it would be a symbol of glory for Zhang Feng. Moreover, this might be the only way for him to remember the future. Only by infinitely creating something that belonged to the future, making this era infinitely close to the future, and making this prosperous Tang dynasty perfect to the greatest extent that he could. Perhaps, there was a slight chance that he could go back to the past, right? Just as Zhang Feng was letting his imagination run wild, Mr. Yushan left with satisfaction. Only Zhang Feng was left in the study in silence. No one knew what he was thinking, but at this moment, the whole of Jiangnan was in an uproar because of the perfume and the poetry gathering last night. No one would have thought that the person who caused such an uproar in the Yu State Prefecture was actually Zhang Feng. Was it really the dean of White Deer College? They had always thought that Zhang Feng was someone with the same name or an imposter. How could they have known that this Zhang Feng was really the famous dean of White Deer College? At this moment, in an ordinary mansion in Qiantang, Hangzhou, a group of people were walking around in the living room with serious expressions. This was the once famous Yang clan, the orphan of the Sui dynasty's royal family. At this moment, they were just struggling at death's door in Jiangnan. Anyone could overtake them. All these years, they had been silently waiting for an opportunity. Even if they couldn't restore their country, at least they could let their clansmen live without fear. At this moment, they saw an opportunity, and that was Zhang Feng who had just appeared. Although it was rumored that this kid was very close to Li Shimin, this kid actually came to Jiangnan alone. Moreover, it was rumored that this kid wanted to single-handedly attack the nest of the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms in Jiangnan. They didn't know if this kid was stubborn or if he didn't know who the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms were. However, this was also an opportunity, especially when they looked at the white paper on the table. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Yang clan. They were always paying attention to the movements in Chang'an. After all, if Li Shimin had a nightmare that day, their heads would probably be separated from their bodies. And as long as they hugged Zhang Feng's thigh, at least they wouldn't be beaten from the front and back. Being sandwiched between the 5 clans and Li Shimin, they had really had enough of these years. How about it? What do you think of Zhang Feng? If it's possible, should we find someone to talk to him? At this moment, at the top of the living room, an old lady with thin lips looked at the crowd and asked. As soon as these words came out, the group of old men in the hall were all sighing in despair. Once upon a time, the famous Yang clan actually had to rely on a junior to survive. But time waits for no man. They had no choice at this moment. Seeing that no one spoke, the old lady looked at the curtain behind her and said with some pity, "Ying, this time it's up to you." Moreover, Zhang Feng, this kid is infatuated, not the kind of person who is fickle in love. I think with your appearance and intelligence, our Yang clan should be able to escape this disaster. Old man, why don't we find someone else? As far as I know, last night, the 2 girls of the Zhao clan had already hooked up with Zhang Feng, and the girl of the Wu clan also had some entanglements with Zhang Feng. At this moment, a delicate voice came from the curtain. "No, I'll go." Chapter 2167. At the same time, the Zhao residence. The Zhao family was the first family that Zhang Feng extended an olive branch to after the Yu family. At this moment, in the Zhao residence's living room, Madame Zhao looked at the mahogany box on the table with an ugly expression. She was reluctant to part with it. Even Zhao Yu made a scene in the hall, but it was useless. "Why? This is a gift from Zhang Feng to my mother. Why should I give it to you? And you old thing, do you believe that I will burn down your house? What right do you have to take something from my, Zhao Yu's friend? No, I have to go tell Zhang Feng and have Zhang Feng skin you alive." "Enough. Madame Zhou, is this how you educate your daughter?" At this time in the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhao Yu and Zhao Yu stood up and scolded. Zhao Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. "Father, mother is being bullied. If you don't help mother, what kind of man are you?" "Enough. Come, take them away." At this time, the old man sitting at the head of the table scolded angrily. In an instant, Madame Zhao, Zhao Yu and Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Glancing at the middle-aged man, the three of them left in disappointment. After the three of them left, Zhao Yu's father, who was the current head of the Zhao family, bowed to the several elders with a guilty face. My family's education was not strict enough. I have made a fool of myself in front of the elders. It's fine. The old man at the head of the table happily picked up the perfume and smeared it on his face, arms, and even his stomach. In just a short while, the bottle of perfume was gone. Isn't this too little? Is this the kid's sincerity? I don't think it's much. The old man clapped his hands, then picked up the soap and sniffed it. Then he took a sip. In an instant, his mouth was full of soap bubbles. The old man frowned slightly and said with disdain, "Flashy but impractical thing. I thought it was something great." After a round of evaluation, Zhang Feng's items instantly became trash in his eyes. At this moment, the entire Zhao family was reprimanding Zhang Feng. It was as if they despised Zhang Feng for being so flashy. At this moment, the old man asked, "Zhao Zhu, I heard from that last Yu that the brat called Zhang Feng wants to give this white paper business to the Yu family. What benefits will my Zhao family get?" This, Zhao Yu's father was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend any of these people. He hurriedly said, "Old master, Zhang Feng seems to want to cooperate with our Zhao family." Cooperation? No. There's no sincerity at all. How can we talk about cooperation? Right. It's obvious that this lecher has taken a liking to you, and Ru, and coveted their beauty. But that brat is really a perfect candidate. It's just that he doesn't know any better. Why doesn't he give this white paper business to our Zhao family? If that's the case, maybe I'll agree. At this moment the old man nodded and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's wait and see. Since that bastard Zhang Feng has taken a liking to you, then he has to show his sincerity. Last night, I heard that old thing Yushan was discussing with his friends. It seems like they want to open White Deer College together with Zhang Feng. That brat doesn't have any ability, but this White Deer College is good stuff. If he hands over the White Deer College business to us, in addition to the businesses in his hands, this matter can be discussed. Old man Yu and Ru can be betrothed to him." Zhao Zhu couldn't help but sweat profusely. What was the attitude of these muddle-headed and arrogant old things 10 years ago? Wasn't it just because they saw that Yu and Ruer's suitors were all high-ranking officials and dignitaries? Even people from the 5 surnames and 7 clans had offered them an olive branch? They were so cocky just like that? They didn't know about this, but as the person in charge of the Zhao family, he knew how terrifying Zhang Feng was. Just like that, they lost an opportunity that could have given the Zhao family a meteoric rise. How sorrowful was this? Zhao Zhu didn't harbor any hope at this moment. He just stood there numbly. After sending off the pedantic elders of the Zhao family with much difficulty, Zhao Zhu slumped into a chair as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out of him. He knew that the Zhao family might not be able to rise again after today's absurd decision. "Father, are you just going to watch us get bullied like that?" I. "Do you know how much effort we put in to make that bastard Zhang Feng agree to work with our Zhao family? That Zhang Feng is a complete bastard. He's a pain in the ass." Zhao Yue was so angry that her entire body was trembling. They didn't leave. After the group of old fogies left, they walked into the living room and pointed at Zhao Zhu, scolding him to his face. If it were any other time, Zhao Zhu would definitely punish them. But at this moment, he knew and understood his daughter's feelings. Even Madame Zhao could only hold on to the doorframe and cry. She didn't even have the energy to curse. "You, do you like Zhang Feng?" In an instant, Zhao Zhu's voice stunned Zhao Yue, who was cursing, and Zhao Ruer, who was trying to persuade her mother not to be sad. Madame Zhao also looked at Zhao Zhu in horror and screamed, "Zhao Zhu, you bastard! What time is it now? You still want to use your own flesh and blood? Are you still human?" Chapter 2168. However, after Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruo were stunned for a moment, their faces flushed red. This time, Zhao Zhu understood. Madame Zhao also understood. However, they were born in aristocratic families. Their daughters were mostly born for marriage. This was their fate. If they could find someone they liked, as a sacrifice, Madame Zhao would definitely support them. However, today, Zhang Feng had made it clear. It was impossible. Yuer's character was too wild. It was also because she was ostracized when she was young. Something had happened between her and Zhang Feng. This matter, however, how could Zhao Zhu not know? However, he was a man. He understood some things better. After a long silence he said, I can't disobey the clan ancestors. They are the elders of the Zhao family. However, I also know about Zhang Feng's matter. At this moment, the Zhao family is going downhill. The Zhao family is destined to lose this opportunity. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhu said with a haggard face, I feel guilty for my whole life. However, this is the Zhao family. This is what every big family is going through and will go through in the future. So, I can't do anything. However, it is rare for me to see such an outstanding person. I have been worried that the two of you will become sacrifices. However, since both of you like Zhang Feng, then this time, even if I lose the whole Zhao family, I will send you out of the Zhao family and let Zhang Feng marry you in a palanquin. Zhao Zhu said very slowly and seriously. However, the more he said, the more Zhao Yuer and Zhao Rua cried. This was the sorrow of the clan. Under the bright and beautiful exterior, what was hidden was helplessness, filth, shamelessness, benefits, and exploitation. This was the clan. They did not know that one day they would meet the destined person in their life. He would bring them away from all this and find a big mountain to live in seclusion. However, father. Woo 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 woo. Husband, what should we do? In an instant, in the whole Zhao family and other living rooms, there were sounds of mournful crying. However, in the Wu family, at this moment, the Wu family people were about to send guards to find trouble with Zhang Feng. At this moment, in the Wu's living room, Wu Liuji and Lu Shuhing's faces were filled with grief and indignation as they recounted what had happened to Zhang Feng last night. In an instant, the entire Wus were enraged. Preposterous! When has my Wu family ever suffered such humiliation? Zhang Feng, you've gone too far. Hearing this, Wu Liuji hurriedly said, Father, you don't know. Last night at the poetry house, he actually said that our Wus was just a small family that was not in the top class. Moreover, he said that he would come back to deal with our Wus. Speaking of which, in an instant, all the elders of the Wus were furious. Seeing this, Wu Liuji continued to add fuel to the fire. In their opinion, they had to get back the face they had lost last night. And the only way to do that was to suppress them. This was the method that the Wu family had always used, and it was also the most effective. However, at this moment, Wu Man'er's voice caused everyone to stop abruptly. Father, don't you know Wu Liuji's character? Speaking of which, in an instant, Wu Liuji was anxious. Wu Man'er, this is an important place for the family. You're a woman, what are you doing here? Miss Wu here. Wu Man'er ignored them and went straight to the living room. Looking at the unhappy and hesitant people, she saluted and said, Last night, there were many people present. Father, you only need to send someone to inquire about it. The Wu's family head slightly frowned and asked, Man-er, what exactly happened last night? Also, today I heard that you and your mother went to find Zhang Feng. What's going on? An unmarried woman showing up in public like this. What a scandal. Wu Man-er ignored her father's responsibility and slowly walked towards him. In an instant, the Wu's family head and everyone else could not help but sniff. A strong fragrance wafted out, causing everyone to look at Wu Man-er. Even the Wu's family head changed the topic and asked, Man-er, what's this smell on your body? At this moment, everyone realized this point. Wu Man-er waved her sleeves and said, Father, if you want to know what happened last night and today, I hope you can let these two people leave here. This? Wu Man-er, you're outrageous. I'm your brother anyway. How can you talk to your brother like this? Wu Man-er ignored him and looked at the Wu's family head. After a few seconds of consideration, the Wu's family head waved his hand and scolded, You two leave first. Wu Liuji was anxious. Father Zhang Feng, that bastard, used some unknown means to make Man-er fall in love with him. This is evil magic. Moreover, she might have something on her body today that bastard Zhang Feng did something to her. Get out. The Wu's family head roared with an ashen face. In an instant, Wu Liuji withered and left with his tail between his legs. After the two left, the Wu's family head looked at Wu Man'er and Wu Shur and said, "Can you tell me now?" "Father, take a look at this thing first." Chapter 2169. Wu Man'er quietly blocked the hand that was about to give the gift from Zhang Feng to the Wu family, and directly gave it to family head Wu. In an instant, the elders of the Wu family in the living room all gathered around, wanting to see what was inside the small box. When they gathered around, they were instantly shocked by the thing inside. Colored glass? Such pure colored glass. Where did it come from? And this fragrance. Why is it so similar to Man'er's? Oh right, this thing. Where have I seen it before? This is soap. I once saw it in an old friend's house when I was in Chang'an. I heard that he got it as a reward from White Deer College. Oh my God! This box. How much is it worth? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. No one knew how much this box of items was worth. But, in short, with the current Wu family, it would definitely be painful to buy it. At this moment, family head Wu realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly asked, where did this thing come from?" Seeing that everyone took a long detour to get to the point, Wu Man'er said, "These were given by Prince Zhang." But everyone's suspicions arose again. Such a valuable thing and he gave it away just like that? Could it be? What Wu Liuji said was true. What did Zhang Feng, that bastard, do to Man'er? In an instant. In the entire living room, angry voices rang out. But Wu Man'er quietly listened to everyone's curses and was unmoved, as if all this had nothing to do with her. When everyone was tired of scolding, she then slowly said, "Prince Zhang originally wanted to cooperate with the Wu family. These things are really nothing to Prince Zhang. They were just given to me. But now, it seems that you all still have some prejudice against Prince Zhang. In that case, I'll go and talk to Prince Zhang and say that the Wu family has no intention of cooperating with Prince Zhang." Once these words came out, the entire Wu family's upper management was stunned. "No, Man'er. You said that these things were given to you by Zhang Feng? No, this is not right. Why would he give you such valuable things for no reason?" "Shut up." It was family head Wu who saw further. After he shouted, he looked at the perfume in his hand and asked, "Zhang Feng, do you want to do business in Jiangnan?" "You're selling this?" Wu Man'er nodded. Family head Wu grabbed the bottle of perfume and almost dropped it on the ground. This thing. Although he didn't know what it was, the benefits of this thing told him that its value was extraordinary. Does Zhang Feng, no, Prince Zhang have any requests? Or should I say, what does he want? Family head Wu stared into Wu Man'er's eyes and asked carefully. He was afraid that Wu Man'er would be abducted by Zhang Feng. Wu Man'er was the key to the Wu family's further development in Jiangnan. Moreover, someone from the Zhang family in Xinjiang once valued Man'er. Although she was only a concubine, what was it to the Wu family? Although the Wu family was still hesitating, family head Wu knew that when spring came, there would definitely be people from the Zhang family coming to their door. As for Zhang Feng's background, he was very clear. At this time for the Wu family, it was undoubtedly a test, and a big one. It seemed that Zhang Feng also had this intention. He just wanted to see what the Wu family would choose. Looking at the perfume in his hand, family head Wu couldn't help but be silent. Behind Zhang Feng, there was very likely to be people from the royal family supporting him. And the royal family and the people from the 5 surnames and 7 major clans were bound to have a war. This was something that everyone could see. At this time, it was very important to choose a side. If one took a wrong step, then the whole family would die without a burial place. And Zhang Feng's matter in Chang'an, although there were only a few words in Jiangnan, it could make the people from the 5 surnames and 7 major clans treat him so seriously. One could imagine how powerful this person was. At this moment, the people from the Wu family seemed to be thinking about these things. Family head Wu heaved a long sigh of relief, looked at Wu Man'er and asked, "Man'er, what do you plan to do?" Wu Man'er didn't expect her father to ask her like this. She looked at family head Wu with some surprise, and after a moment of silence she said, 3 days later, Zhang Feng will open the bidding at Chang'an Hotel for the business of his business partners, including fine salt, paper, perfume and so on." After saying this, Wu Man'er said expressionlessly, "If there is nothing else, Man'er will leave." While speaking, Wu Man'er and Wu Shur ignored the dissuasion of others and directly left this place. At this moment, Wu Shur's chest couldn't help but violently rise and fall. This moment, since she entered the Wu family, was the most glorious moment. After the two of them left, Wuxia looked at Wu Maner's graceful figure, and couldn't help but overlap with Zhang Feng's figure. Maner, do you like Zhang Feng? The sudden words made Wu Maner tremble all over. She didn't say anything. Just a moment of silence, and then still walked forward. She knew about the Zhang family, and she also knew that after spring, the man in his 30s would come to the house to take her away as a concubine. Although she didn't say anything, but 2 lines of clear tears had already slid down her cheeks. Wuxia looked at the broken tears on the ground. How could she not know Wu Maner's thoughts? This was the only reason why she insisted on living. And it was a piece of her flesh. How could she not know? Looking at Wu Maner's back, Wuxia bit her lips and said, Maner, don't worry, even if I die, I will let you leave this prison. This is the only thing mother can do for you. At the same time, at the gate of Zhang Feng's mansion, Yu Qigong's horse slowly stopped. Looking at the gate, all the guards at the gate were dumbfounded. Everyone was about to bow, but was interrupted by Yu Qigong's cold snort. Is Fengzi in the mansion? Sir. Master Yu, he is, my master is here. Hearing this, Yu Qigong laughed loudly, as if he was afraid that others didn't know, and shouted, Ha ha ha, Fengzi, you little bastard, do you miss Lao Tzu? Chapter 2170. Yu Qigong didn't try to hide his words. It was as if he was afraid that no one would know. Even Zhang Feng, who was in the room discussing the perfume business with the 3 girls, was dumbfounded. Damn, this is old Yu, your brother? Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qier in a daze. Yu Qier didn't react either. She looked at the door and said, It should be my cousin, right? While they were talking, Yu Qigong pushed open the door and looked at the girls and Zhang Feng. He sniffed and laughed. Brother, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Ha ha ha, I missed you so much. As he spoke, Yu Qigong stepped forward and hugged Zhang Feng, almost strangling him to death. After a while, Zhang Feng realized the problem and asked, Old Yu, why are you here? I heard you were bullied in Jiangnan. As your brother, how can I not help you? Yu Qigong said it lightly, but Zhang Feng wasn't stupid. He looked at Yu Qigong's weather-beaten face suspiciously, but he didn't expose him. In fact, Yu Qigong didn't have an easy journey. Ever since he heard that Zhang Feng was in trouble as soon as he arrived in Jiangnan, and that the people of the 5 clans and 7 clans were making a big move, Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly ordered him to mobilize 10,000 soldiers from the Chong and military camp. Originally, he wanted Chang Yaojin to come, but after some thought, he decided to let Yu Qigong come. On one hand, Yu Qigong had connections in Jiangnan and could help Zhang Feng. On the other hand, Chang Yaojin's personality was too obvious and reckless. He would only cause trouble if he came. So Li Shimin thought for a while and asked Yu Qigong to hurry over. Yu Qigong also traveled lightly. He went straight from Chang'an to Luozhou and then took a boat to Jiangnan. It would have taken 8 days to travel by water, but Yu Qigong didn't care about the cost and the customs documents of the various states along the way. He didn't encounter any obstacles on the water. The most important thing was that Yu Qigong was on a 5-toothed warship. Only the Navy had something like this. From a distance, one could tell that it was something from the military. Moreover, Yu Qigong had installed cannons on the 5-tooth warships in a high-profile manner. Whenever he saw a blockage or something, he would fire it directly. It only took him 3 days to reach a place dozens of miles away from Hangzhou. In order not to attract the attention of the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, he even set fire to the warship. Then, he disguised himself as a merchant and took a carriage to Hangzhou overnight. Unfortunately, as soon as he arrived in Hangzhou, he heard that Zhang Feng was in Yuezhou. Moreover, he also heard that Zhang Feng was in Yuezhou. Therefore, he hurriedly rode a fast horse and galloped all the way here. Of the 10,000 elites he had brought with him, most of them were left behind in Luozhou, and more than 1,000 were left behind in Hangzhou. Now that he had arrived in Yuezhou, he was almost a general without an army. But none of this was important. The most important thing was to see that Zhang Feng was fine. Seeing the exhaustion on Yu Qigong's face, Zhang Feng hurriedly had someone prepare a bath. He wanted to give Yu Qigong a proper welcome. However, Yu Qigong refused and waved his hand, saying, It's not the time yet. I haven't been to the Yu family for a long time. You, take me to the Yu family. Brother, I have some matters to attend to. Let's drink together tomorrow. As he spoke, Yu Qigong hurriedly left with Yu Qiyuer without waiting for Zhang Feng to react. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. Could it be that something had happened in the capital? Or did the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans stir up trouble in Chang'an after I left? This caused Zhang Feng's mood to be in turmoil. As soon as they left Zhang Feng's residence, Yu Qigong hurriedly asked about everything that had happened after Zhang Feng had arrived in Jiangnan. When he learned about what had happened yesterday and today, as well as the Yu family's reaction, Yu Qigong was furious. Damned bastard, I've already said it so clearly in the letter. Why are you still so timid? Are you all just a bunch of pigs? Yu Qiyuer smiled bitterly when she saw how angry Yu Qigong was. Brother, don't blame my father and the others for this. After all, you rarely come to Jiangnan, so you don't know much about Jiangnan. Jiangnan isn't as simple as you think. Otherwise, Brother Feng wouldn't have used such a scheme. Silence. Yu Qiyuer's carriage instantly fell silent. Only Yu Qigong's sighs could be heard from time to time. In less than 2 hours, the carriage sped out of Yuezhou and appeared in front of the Yu family's gate in Hangzhou Prefecture. Jiangnan's Yu family. When they had come, they had wanted to keep it a secret. Most importantly, they were afraid that the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans would be dissatisfied if they found out that they were Yu Qigong's relatives, which would be detrimental to the imperial court. Therefore, in the beginning, the Yu Qi family had always changed their surname to Yu. However, after the incident at the Wei River, the Yu Qi family had been exposed in order to intimidate the north and south. However, because of Zhang Feng's matter, the Yu Qi family had changed their surname back to Yu. This was originally not a big deal. After all, what one's surname was had nothing to do with them. The Yu Qi family had long been aware of Yu Qigong's arrival. When Yu Qigong had left for Yuezhou, the Yu Qi family had urgently gathered all the important members of the Yu family from all over Jiangnan. When Yu Qigong returned to the Yu Qi mansion, there were already dozens of people of all ages waiting at the gate. When they saw the anger on Yu Qigong's face, they felt like frosted eggplants. It wasn't difficult for them to guess that Yu Qigong had come this time because of Zhang Feng. What had they done when it came to Zhang Feng? My worthy nephew, Yu Qihong braced himself and smiled as he tried to say something to Yu Qigong. However, Yu Qigong didn't give him any face. He walked past him angrily and strode into the Yu Qi mansion. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. It seemed that Yu Qigong was really angry this time. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yu Qiyuer. What's going on? What happened to your cousin? Why did he become like this after a trip to Yuezhou? Did Zhang Feng say something? Yu Qiyuer was quite speechless. She could only follow Yu Qigong and enter the mansion. At this moment, Yu Suqian, who had met Zhang Feng twice, hurriedly came forward and whispered in Yu Qiyuer's ear. What was supposed to be a good welcoming scene instantly turned into a tense atmosphere in the Yu family. As soon as they entered the living room, Yu Qigong lit a cigarette and casually sat on the side to smoke. After everyone came in, Yu Qigong said coldly, "Uncle, what's going on? Didn't you read my letter?" Hearing Yu Qigong's question, Yu Qihong bitterly smiled and recounted all the difficulties that the Yu family had encountered. There were even people who were crying and talking about their hardships, causing Yu Qigong's veins to bulge out in anger. Do you care so much about these trivial matters? You are stupid. Really stupid. Do you know that even the emperor is paying special attention to Feng Zi's matter? Do you know what order I received when I came here this time? The emperor's secret order was to support Zhang Feng at all costs. I told you time and time again not to care about the current things and to help Zhang Feng. But what did you do? Zhang Feng has been in Jiangnan for 5 days. But what did you do? You didn't even bother to pay him a visit? Yu Qigong was truly enraged. When the emperor found out about the Jiangnan Yu Qi family's actions after Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, he was furious. He originally thought that with the help of the Jiangnan Yu Qi family, Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan would be a matter of course. However, was that really the case? Because of this, the emperor almost directly ordered the Yu Qi family to move to a place like Chotzi, where not a single hair would be plucked out. What was this? This was a damn punishment. That was why Yu Qigong came to Jiangnan in such a rage. Chapter 2171. Yu Qihong really couldn't figure out what Yu Qigong wanted to do, so he could only remain silent. But at this moment, Yu Qigong heard Yu Suqian and Er's whispers. Who's talking? What are you talking about? Yu Qiyu glanced at Yu Suqian and said, Nothing, it's just that he and Brother Feng seem to have some plans. Yu Qigong couldn't help but glance at the wretched-looking and skinny Yu Suqian. Who are you? Yu Suqian was very excited. Who is this? This is the Du Ka. Moreover, he's my elder brother. With this identity, won't I be able to walk sideways if this gets out? Just as he was about to speak, he was choked by Yu Qigong's words and almost stumbled. Tang, I'm... That person, father, say something. Yu Suqian saw that Yu Qigong really didn't know him and hurriedly shouted at his father. With this shout, Yu Qigong noticed Yu Qi too and suddenly understood. So it's you, little brat. When your father was at the front line, he said that a little brat was born and had to come back. Was he talking about you? Yes, it's me. Yu Suqian pointed at himself shamelessly and looked at the black-faced Yu Qi Tuesday. Brother, you don't know Enough, let me ask you. What are you and Fengzi doing? Also, I heard from you, on the way that you and Fengzi have some plans, right? Yu Suqian hurriedly told Yu Qigong about Zhang Feng's plan, the white paper business that Zhang Feng told him, as well as Yu Ezhou's Yu family's plan at the moment. Yu Qigong was so angry that he almost smashed the coffee table with his palm. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Do you know how much effort the Emperor and Lao Tzu spent to snatch white paper from that brat's mouth? You bastards. How dare you complain that Fengzi didn't give you enough? Who do you think you are? Even the King Emperor. Even the current Emperor calls him brother, but the Emperor doesn't feel wronged. Where did you King get the confidence to think that Zhang Feng is climbing up our Yu family's social ladder? Believe it or not, if what you just said is passed back to Chang'an, believe it or not, within 5 days, the Imperial Palace will send an imperial edict telling all of you to King go to Chotzi City. Yu Qigong was truly enraged this time. She was crying because of their stupidity. It was impossible for them not to know who Zhang Feng was. But even if they knew, did they think they could act like this just because they were Yu Er's relatives? Did they not know that at this moment, as long as Zhang Feng raised his arm and shouted, all the people in Chang'an and Guanlong would instantly fight over this cake? Yu Qigong cursed for 2 whole hours before finally venting all the resentment in his heart. He let out a long sigh and said, All the juniors can leave. Second uncle, eldest uncle, third uncle, all of you stay behind. The rest of you, scram as far away as you can. All right, who's staying behind? Yu Suqian was scolded by Yu Qigong until he was a little dizzy. At this moment, when he heard Yu Qigong's voice, he almost didn't react. Fortunately, his father pulled him back, allowing him to react. Almost all the people who stayed behind were the true leaders of the Yu Qi family. After everyone left, Yu Qigong waved his hand for everyone to sit down and said, This time, I understand Fengzi's situation. I'll give you all an explanation. Fengzi came to Jiangnan this time to get rid of the 5 families and 7 major families. Therefore, although the emperor is far away in Chang'an, he has been paying attention to the situation here. Moreover, what Fengzi has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. Whatever Fengzi gives you, you take it. If he doesn't give it to you, don't ask for it from me. I've already lost face in front of the emperor. If this happens again, I won't be able to protect you. This time, everyone was aghast. Yu Qiyu was the only one who remained calm. Hey kid, what do you think of Fengzi's relationship with you? Also, what's your plan? Cousin, my name is Yu Suqian. Now I'm called Yu Suqian. Yu Suqian introduced himself with a solemn face and then said, The night before yesterday, I discussed with Fengzi. He said that Fengzi will open a book club in Yuezhou today and tomorrow. He also asked me to contact the people who went to the poetry club the night before, and then... Fengzi wants to open an academy? Yu Qigong frowned and instantly thought of the key to the problem. Yu Suqian was stunned and asked, He said he wants to open an academy? Yu Qigong waved his hand and asked, Why is he looking for those people? I heard Fengzi say that he wants to publish a book. What? Yu Qigong was stunned. He exclaimed in an instant. This was the first time he heard that Fengzi wanted to publish a book. This was really a new thing. In his memory, Zhang Feng, this bastard, was a lazy person. How could he be in the mood to write a book at this time? Chapter 2172. Wasn't this a joke? At this time, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans were starting to cause trouble under his nose. How could he have the leisure to write a book? Gong couldn't understand. Although he also knew some things. Among the people he knew, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to write a book. This could wait for 3 to 5 years? Mother**Ker. What happened to Feng Zi? Thinking of this, Gong couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked, do you know about Zhang Feng? What is he trying to do? If didn't listen to Yu Suqian, she really didn't know about this. At this moment, she was also confused. Brother, I don't know about this matter, but Brother Feng should be preparing for the academy, right? When Gong heard this, he became anxious. He hurriedly ordered, in short, from now on, our Yu family and that bastard are grasshoppers on the same rope. The matter of the 5 surnames and 7 clans is also something that must be done. It depends on whether you want to live or not. This matter will determine the future of the entire Jiangnan clans. Don't King rely on Lao Tzu. Otherwise, no matter what happens to you, Lao Tzu will be the first to not forgive you. After saying this, Gong called dozens of guards and hurriedly rode all the way to Yuezhou. When Gong returned to Yuezhou, the sun had already set in the west. As soon as he entered Zhang Feng's residence, Gong couldn't wait to find Zhang Feng and asked, Feng Zi, I heard from that bastard Yu Suqian that you are preparing to write a book? Zhang Feng was stunned and nodded. Yes, what's wrong? What's wrong? What do you think? It will take at least several years to write a book. How can we have the time? And this time, I came to tell you something big. While speaking, Gong whispered in Zhang Feng's ear, this time, Lord Zhang's son personally sent 10,000 elite soldiers to escort me by water. Do you know why? Zhang Feng's nose twitched. Does Lord Zhang's son care about you? Ck off. Gong was furious and said in a low voice, because something happened in Chang'an. What? Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked, what is it? When you came to Jiangnan, you heard Lord Zhang's son say that the spies of the Ministry of Personnel heard that the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans had already come into contact with the people of Guanlong. I don't have to explain what this means, do I? Moreover, not only that, haven't you noticed that ever since you came to Jiangnan, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans have barely moved? Only then did Zhang Feng realize the seriousness of the problem. He hurriedly asked, I really haven't seen anyone from the 5 families and 7 clans come out, but it's all their subordinate clans that are looking for trouble, especially the Gao family. That's right. Gong sighed. Do you know who's behind the Gao family? Fanyang Lu. Yes. Gong lit a cigarette and took a few deep puffs before saying, do you know what the Fanyang Lu started with? This was not a problem for Zhang Feng. They all knew this, and in history, Zhang Feng knew what these families did. The Fanyang Lu was a family that claimed to share the inheritance of Confucius with the Qinghe Cui. Almost half of the people in the Tang dynasty came from the previous dynasties. The Fanyang Lu and the Qinghe Cui made up the majority of the imperial court. As for the other families, almost all of them were in the military or had made achievements in the military and business fields. In the Han dynasty, these families were particularly outstanding during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. However, the Great Han dynasty was not as strong as before due to years of war. In the end, Emperor Wu of Han divided these families into different territories in order to govern these officials. That was how the first generation of the 8 families of Guanlong came into existence. In history, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans were originally involved in various aspects. However, they could not resist the transfer of talents and the influence of the national power at that time. In the end, a few families joined forces and developed their current specialties. For example, the Wang clan of Taiyuan mainly controlled the mining and sale of minerals. The Li clan of Zhao County mainly dealt in the production and sale of salt, fur, food, porcelain, tea, and so on. The Li clan of Longxi controlled the Silk Road of Longyu and everything related to the operation and maintenance of the Silk Road. In this way, they controlled almost all of the economy of the Tang dynasty. Jiangnan was the hinterland of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. It was also the center of the economy. Logically speaking, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans would definitely take action when he came to Jiangnan. However, now it seemed, damn it, something was wrong. Gong saw that Zhang Feng's expression was slowly changing and said, Now you also feel that something is wrong, right? Zhang Feng nodded. After all, the spies of the Ministry of Personnel were almost all over the Tang dynasty. The news from here was almost the most reliable. Moreover, since Lao Li sent old you here, Zhang Feng also knew that this time the problem should be very big. He hurriedly asked, "Old you, what else did Lord Zhang's son say? What kind of big move are the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans preparing?" "I don't know, but the people from the Ministry of Personnel said that this time the 5 surnames and 7 clans have a big appetite and want to nibble away your industry. Then they will target you. I think this should be because you sent the white paper last time, which provoked them, right?" "About the white paper?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly. However, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 2173. That was indeed the case. If it wasn't for paper, the people from the 5 surnames and 7 clans would have already come knocking on their door, right? He was still a little rash. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The guards had come out too early. However, the Gao family's brilliant appearance seemed to be to lure the guards out. With this thought, Zhang Feng instantly understood a lot of things. At this moment, with paper and the perfume holding the fort, the people from the 5 surnames and 7 clans wouldn't make a move for the time being, right? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old you, logically speaking, even if we encounter such a situation, you won't be of much help, right?" Yu Qigong was stunned. "What are you talking about?" "I'm worried about you, so I'm here to help you and hold the fort at the same time." Seeing Yu Qigong's anxious eyes, Zhang Feng hurriedly begged for mercy. All right. Don't blow things up. It's good that you're here. At least I have someone to talk to too to relieve my boredom. Let me tell you, for the time being, we'll deal with the situation here by staying put." "What do you mean by staying put?" Yu Qigong didn't understand. He really didn't understand what Zhang Feng was planning. Seeing that Yu Qigong didn't understand, Zhang Feng sighed and said, "In that case, I'll give you a scientific explanation." Yu Qigong sniffled. "Can't you say something that I can understand? What does scientific explanation mean?" "All right, let's get straight to the point. First of all, I originally wanted to leave the white paper business to the Yu family. Since you're here and you know quite a bit about the process of making white paper, you'll be assisting you from now on. Expand the business. Remember, expand as much as you can. As for the perfume, let the perfume we're releasing now brew in the market. Then, Yu Suqian will have work to do." Yu Qigong was stunned. He sniffled and said, "The perfume you're talking about is this fragrant thing?" "Yes, it's this thing." Yu Qigong's face was full of disdain. "This thing is for women. How can it make any money? Also, do you think this thing is useful? What a bore." This thing was really not something he could play with. Zhang Feng felt a bit of a headache and pointed out, "Old you, have you been to Swallow Descent restaurant before? I heard that your family has no less than 10 wives?" "Ahem, why are you bringing this up?" Zhang Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "For example, if you bring this perfume or spray a bit of this before going to Yanlai Lu, the number of girls who would turn their heads would definitely be 10 times more than before." Hiss. Instantly, Yu Qigong's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you give such a good thing to me when we were in Chang'an? You brat, you're not being honest." Zhang Feng glared and said, "Big brother, do you think this thing is easy to get? Do you still remember how I bought flowers from Mrs. Xie in Chang'an?" Yu Qigong said in realization, "Well, don't tell me it's caused by those dried flowers." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "A few hundred kilograms of dried flowers can produce less than 5 kilograms of perfume. Think about it. Isn't this ratio terrifying?" Yu Qigong's eyeballs almost popped out. Zhang Feng continued, "For men, this thing is a supplement that makes them more manly. And for women, there's no need to talk about it. Almost every man has 3 wives and 4 concubines, and women will fight for their affection." Yu Qigong agreed with what Zhang Feng said. "You're right. Continue." "Also, this thing is used in specific places, such as last night's poetry house or the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. What do you think will happen if it's used in such places? Will it become the most attractive thing? And think about which people use this thing the most." Seeing how mysterious Zhang Feng was, Yu Qigong thought for a moment and said subconsciously, "You mean, this thing is prepared for those high-ranking officials?" Zhang Feng gave him a thumbs up and said, "That's right." And in 3 days, I'll be preparing for an auction. Don't ask me what an auction is. I have my own plans, and this perfume is the highlight. Just watch. Aren't all the old clans in Jiangnan united as one? Aren't the 5 families and 7 major clans united as one? Just watch as Lao Tzu tears them apart. You're really that confident? This time, Yu Qigong couldn't help but be stunned and asked cautiously. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right. Do you still remember the plan I mentioned when I left Chang'an? I've been planning this plan since then. Humans are greedy. No one and no clan is perfect. You'll definitely have people who are blinded by greed. We don't lack money. As long as we control these people's weaknesses, we won't have to worry about them not relenting. Moreover, you can't control people's hearts, so you have to focus on overseeing the Yu family. Focus on the production of white paper. Remember, only you know the formula. Also, every night, you have to send your trusted subordinates to patrol through the night. That's the most important thing. I'm afraid they'll act out of desperation and start a fire. Yu Qigong's face darkened when he heard this. Don't worry about that. This time, I've brought more than 1,000 men from Chang'an. Outside Jiangnan, there are more than 4,000 light cavalry elites and 90,000 elite soldiers on the way. If they dare, they can come to me. I'm not afraid of them using force. Zhang Feng nodded, but still said, don't be rash about this for the time being. Don't ruin the plan. I think the 5 families and 7 major clans will make a move, but no matter what, they'll have to wait for my order before they can act. Moreover, my plan is to completely drain all the cash in Jiangnan City within 2 months.